Chapter 2374. Mu Yinchi looked at Yi Shiwen curiously. She had heard about what Yi Shiwen was capable of. He had dared to wreak havoc in the ancient Phoenix realm twice. This was not something that an ordinary person would dare to do. However, he had done it. What made her look at him in a different light was that even her cold and aloof master had praised him and felt that his future was limitless. This was very rare. Even among the disciples of the Lord of Flames, there were not many who could receive such praise from him. "Your honor is flattering me," Yi Shiwen said calmly. He did not feel proud because of this. "May I know why you stopped me?" "Yes, I see that you are here. Are you here to accept a mission?" Mu Yinchi asked. However, her expression was very firm. "Yes." Yi Shiwen did not intend to hide anything and nodded immediately. "I have a mission on hand. I wonder if you are interested?" Mu Yinchi looked at Yi Shiwen and asked. Yi Shiwen was instantly interested and asked, "What mission are you talking about?" "You know about the remnants of the heavenly race killing everyone in the ancient Phoenix realm, right?" Mu Yinchi asked. Yi Shiwen nodded. This was the reason why Hua Menghan was forced to marry someone else. "Is this mission related to the heavenly race?" Yi Shiwen asked tentatively. "Yes, it is related to the heavenly race." Mu Yunchi nodded and said with certainty, "This time we are going to enter the God Burial Star Ocean and find the whereabouts of the remnants of the heavenly race. We just received news that the heavenly race is trying to resurrect a very terrifying expert in their race. The heavenly race is already very difficult to deal with. If they succeed, what will happen?" However, the surviving members of the heavenly race were able to capture all the experts of the ancient Phoenix world in one fell swoop. In fact, even the Phoenix King had perished in that battle. So, they must be very powerful. So, it seems that we don't have the means to deal with them. The Phoenix King was a king-ranked, formidable martial artist. Even he had perished in battle. The strength of these heavenly races' evil spirits was far beyond anyone's imagination. Although the ancient Phoenix domain must have been careless, it was enough for them to be cautious. "Junior brother, you don't have to worry about that. This time, all the major forces have received the information. When the time comes, the ones who will take action will be far more than just the few of us. As for their top experts, they won't be around when the time comes," Mu Yunchi said. All of a sudden, Mu Yunchi stopped talking and switched to using secret sound transmission, saying, "This information is supposed to be top secret, but Junior Brother is a trustworthy person, so it's not a big deal. In fact, the mission we're doing is just a subsidiary mission of a very large mission." Previously, the heavenly race's remnants suddenly appeared and directly dealt a heavy blow to the ancient Phoenix realm. This also made many important people realize that they have been indulging the heavenly race's remnants for countless years. In addition, the ancient Phoenix realm's heavy losses have frightened them. All the major king-rank sects have come to an agreement to join forces to encircle the heavenly race's remnants. It is said that they have already found the main camp of the heavenly race's remnants. When the time comes, even if the remnants of the heavenly race's remnants are really old and powerful, they won't be able to make a move. Otherwise, why would I dare to send myself to my death? Mu Yunchi said confidently. No matter how many grudges there were between the various races in the various heavens and realms, it couldn't be compared to the grudges with the heavenly race. The two heavenly defying wars had involved almost all the races in the various heavens and realms. Countless seniors of the various races had died at the hands of the heavenly race. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that nobody wanted the heavenly race to return and have a terrifying race above them, treating them like slaves. Even so, I'm afraid we can't guarantee that the other party doesn't have any undead realm experts. I'm afraid the danger is not small," Yi Shiwen said with a frown. Indeed, in that universe, the battle was the most intense back then. The super experts of the heavenly race had fallen there, and countless other deity experts of various levels had perished there. If we can obtain one or two of them, our strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Mu Yunqi said, I know that junior brother seems to be distressed about the marriage contest in the ancient Phoenix realm that will take place a few decades later. As the saying goes, seeking riches and honor comes from danger. If you don't have this kind of danger and training, how can junior brother compare to Ao Chaozong in such a short period of time? Yi Shiwen frowned. It seemed like this matter was already known by many people. As far as I know, when the super experts of the heavenly race had fallen, they might have left behind their own artifacts. It might even be a top-grade divine artifact. If junior brother can obtain a top-grade divine artifact, even if you can't display its full power, it will be enough to contend against Ao Chaozong. Mu Yunqi said. Yi Shiwen suddenly perked up. It was indeed so. He had been searching for a way to contend against Ao Chaozong. Apart from increasing his own strength, this kind of divine artifact was indeed a shortcut. The immortal artifacts used by the gods were divine artifacts. However, divine artifacts were also divided into 4 grades: inferior grade, medial grade, superior grade, and supreme grade. They corresponded to the immortal realm, the imperishable realm, the sage realm, and the king-ranked realm. Right now, in Yi Shiwen's hands, only the sky-breaking sword was a middle-grade divine artifact. In some aspects, it was even close to a high-grade divine artifact. That was why he could kill those deities as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Whether it was the Tianyuan mirror, the demon's summoning banner, or the emergence immortal exterminating saber, they were only low-grade divine artifacts. Yi Shiwen was able to kill a peak imperishable realm expert. Among them, the sky-breaking sword's combat strength was also greatly enhanced. It was difficult for ordinary imperishable realm experts to have a middle-grade divine artifact. Many of them were still using low-grade divine artifacts. Not to mention, it was even rarer for the mortal realm. Of course, in terms of potential, the Tianyuan mirror was still the strongest. Right now, it was only a low-grade divine artifact. However, over the past few hundred years, Yi Shiwen had been constantly refining it, and it was already close to the level of a middle-grade divine artifact. If he could obtain a top-grade divine artifact, then his combat strength would increase exponentially. Just as Mu Yunqi said, even if he could not unleash his full strength, he would still be able to severely injure Ao Chaozong. So, junior brother, what do you think? Mu Yunqi saw that Yi Shiwen was deep in thought and could not help but ask. That's good. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Since senior sister is recommending me, that's naturally the best. However, what is the reward for this mission that attracted senior sister to go? Yi Shiwen asked. Historically, the rewards for missions related to the celestial race have been very generous. They are several times more generous than those for people of the same level. This time, it is even more important. If you can succeed, you will be rewarded with 500,000 divine source, Mu Yunqi said. The reward from the higher-ups is only one of the benefits. More importantly, you will have the opportunity to obtain many divine artifacts. If you can obtain these divine artifacts and sell them, you will also be able to earn a lot of money. Moreover, you might even be able to obtain some of the celestial race's inheritance. By then, it is not impossible for your cultivation to improve further. The Tian clan was known as the strongest race since ancient times. Their cultivation methods and inheritances naturally had many uses for reference, and from ancient times until now, there was no lack of examples of people who had obtained a portion of the Tian clan's inheritance and instantly exploded, achieving unparalleled prestige. Although the various races were extremely guarded against the celestial race, they also held their inheritance in high esteem. These two extremely contradictory situations appeared in everyone's hearts. Yi Shiwen calculated for a moment. If he wanted to improve further and break through to the late stage of the immortal realm, it would not be very difficult. As long as he had 100,000 divine source and that godhead, he would be able to enter the late stage of the immortal realm. However, the most important thing was his combat power. If he could not improve further and be able to compete with the masters of the immortal realm, then he would fail. And to reach that stage and have the strength to compete with the gods of the immortal realm, the most important thing was his understanding of the heavenly way. He had to have a better understanding of the Godhead. In that case, he would probably need hundreds of thousands of divine source. Compared to when he was in the immortal realm, the amount of divine source required was simply earth-shattering. If he had to collect them by himself, he would have to complete these missions to the death. Right now, however, he was presented with a huge opportunity. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to have a way to prevent the resurrection of the celestial race's great master. Although he didn't know what kind of method they used to summon the dead from another world, he was afraid that it wasn't that easy. Then, to what extent do we have to stop the resurrection of the supermaster of the celestial race? Yi Shiwen asked. Since Junior Brother has already decided, then I will introduce to Junior Brother. This supermaster of the celestial race is called the King of Law. It is said that he has mastered all the spells in the world and is extremely powerful. Back then, in order to kill this master, who knows how many masters of the various races have fallen. Even so, this King of Law is not completely dead. Otherwise, even with the ability of the celestial race, it would be impossible to summon the dead from another world. Mu Yunqi said, however, to achieve this step, the price is extremely high. A lot of sacrifices are needed, and the amount of work is very large. The most important of which is the physical body of the King of Law. As long as his physical body can be destroyed, even if the King of Law is resurrected in the end, he will not be able to have the monstrous strength he had when he was alive. In that case, the mission will be considered completed. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, so that's how it is. His physical body is in his tomb, but it may be more difficult to destroy, so there is another way. If the celestial race wants to resurrect the King of Law, they must use the instrument of the King of Law when he was alive, the 10,000 Dharma roulette. This is a superb divine instrument. Without the 10,000 Dharma roulette, their plan will be in vain. This is also the safest method. At the same time, if you can obtain this 10,000 Dharma roulette, won't you have the confidence to compete with Ao Chaozong? Mu Yunqi said with a smile. Many thanks for the reminder, senior sister. Yi Shiwen said rudely. He was grateful in his heart. If not for her reminder, he would not have known. Well, in that case, let's go and meet with the others. Chapter 2375. Did you find anyone else? Yi Shiwen asked. Of course. Just the two of us are a little too weak. Mu Yunqi nodded. If we encounter any danger, we'll be stronger with more people. Don't worry. They're all powerhouses at the peak of immortal level. Don't worry. You're all powerhouses at the peak of immortal level. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to look for me. Yi Shiwen's eyes flickered. Junior Brother, you don't have to hide it from me. I've heard that you've destroyed Ao Chaozong's clone. Although you're only at the intermediate stage of immortal level. If I'm not mistaken, your actual combat strength is close to or at the peak of immortal level. Mu Yunqi looked at Yi Shiwen and said with a faint smile. Yi Shiwen did not deny it. No one was a fool. Although he had held back some of his strength, there were still people who could speculate his cultivation level through various clues. It was no wonder that Mu Yunqi would look for him, judging from the lineup of powerhouses at the peak of immortal level. Although they were all Dao verification powerhouses, Yi Shiwen's strength was not enough. I see. Senior sister, who are the people you found? Are they also powerhouses from the Hidden Valley? Yi Shiwen asked. They're not all powerhouses from the Hidden Valley. I've been in Dao verification for so many years. I know many Dao verification powerhouses, Mu Yunqi said. Immortals like us who have lived for a long time have a lot of time in the future. It's normal for us to know a few good friends who often go on adventures together. She did not find it strange. Yi Shiwen's experience among the gods was indeed inexperienced. It had nothing to do with his strength. His experience was very shallow. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "Since they're people you know, I think there shouldn't be a problem. Let's go." He did not have much time to waste. 500,000 divine source. He was excited just thinking about it. The two of them flew out of the hidden city, one after another. "Oh yeah, senior sister, I'd like to ask. The reward of 500,000 divine source shouldn't be 500,000 per person, right?" Yi Shiwen suddenly asked. He suddenly thought of this. "That's definitely not the case. If we complete it in the end, we'll definitely split the reward equally. As for the rest, it'll belong to whoever gets it first. The same goes for the 10,000 spell roulette," Mu Yunqi said without thinking. He was very experienced. Obviously, they had worked together like this many times before. Splitting it equally with the others. Yi Shiwen frowned slightly. If that was the case, it would indeed be very troublesome. He had even thought about whether he should simply leave Mu Yunqi and complete the task. That way, he would be able to monopolize the 500,000 divine source. He was in dire need of divine source now. If it was divided equally, he should be able to get quite a lot of divine source. In addition to the harvest, it was enough for him to get 100,000 divine source. The harvest from this mission was very rich. Just this alone was enough for Yi Shiwen to do it. But it was not enough. His ambition was far greater than this. What? Could it be that you want to keep it for yourself? At this moment, Mu Yunqi looked at Yi Shiwen. She was a little stunned. She didn't expect Yi Shiwen to have such a huge appetite. Who wouldn't want to keep 500,000 divine source for themselves? They could even buy a divine spark. Naturally, it was a considerable amount of wealth. Even someone like her, who had been a divine being for more than 10,000 years, would be extremely jealous. However, she had to have the strength to be jealous. Without the cooperation of others, it was impossible for her to do it alone. No one knew how dangerous this mission was. If it wasn't for the 500,000 divine source, the possibility of obtaining many divine tools and divine materials, she wouldn't have chosen to take the risk no matter what. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. This sentence was not only said to Yi Shiwen, but also to herself. However, if you can do it, even if you want to keep it for yourself, I think we won't have any objections. Mu Yunqi said with a smile. If Yi Shiwen really had the strength to do that, then there was nothing more to say. Whoever put in the effort, whoever had the strength, would naturally get a little more. There was no doubt about this. If he alone shouldered everything, what could the others say? However, this was just a joke. If one person could solve everything, why would they form such a team? Wouldn't that be a joke? However, what she didn't know was that Yi Shiwen was indeed thinking about the possibility of this. Unlike the others, Yi Shiwen desperately needed these 500,000 divine roots. With these 500,000 divine roots, Yi Shiwen's strength would advance by leaps and bounds, and he would be able to reach the next level. Both of them had their own concerns, so they didn't communicate much. Along the way, Yi Shiwen only asked about this mission, which was some information about this Dharma king. Powerhouses who could be called kings, no matter which race they were from, were extremely powerful. It could even be said that they were so powerful that they could control everything in a powerful race. Besides the Emperor King, there was no one more powerful than them. However, they were different from the Emperor King. The Emperor King level figures could be said to be an unprecedented existence. Although there were few king level powerhouses, there were still more of them. In recent years, the only person who became an emperor that people were familiar with was the legendary Qin Di. After that, no one else became an emperor. Facing such a powerhouse, even if he was already dead, Yi Shiwen felt that it was very necessary to understand more about him. With Mu Yunqi leading the way, Yi Shiwen only needed to follow her. Along the way, they constantly encountered evil spirits, and sometimes even groups of evil spirits. However, at this time, Both of them were not in the mood to deal with these evil spirits. After a few consecutive flashes, they jumped over them. In this chaotic universe, there were unpredictable changes and dangers everywhere. Many evil spirits formed groups and were not afraid of death. The deeper they went, the more tyrannical the groups of evil spirits they encountered. In this place, it could even be said that there would be gods dying every once in a while. Demigods were dying in groups every day. The so-called immortal inheritance was completely meaningless in this place. Even the real gods could not protect themselves in this place without the guarantee of immortal inheritance, let alone ordinary immortal inheritance. Of course, from time to time, they would encounter some tyrannical existences who came alone to kill these evil spirits. These people were at least demigods who were comparable to Tao validation, so there were many Tao validation powerhouses among them. Many of these evil spirits carried many magic treasures or magic materials with them, which could be of great benefit to them. Meanwhile, Yi Shiwen and Mu Yunqi had fully demonstrated the tyrannical combat power of peak immortal level. They did not need to teleport. Just by crossing the void with their bodies, they could travel hundreds of thousands of miles in a single thought. Along the way, Mu Yunqi intentionally sped up. Although Yi Shiwen had the combat power of peak immortal level, it did not mean that he could be compared to peak immortal level in other aspects. However, she did not expect Yi Shiwen to be able to keep up with her completely. It did not feel like it was tiring at all. He was very carefree. On the contrary, no matter how much she sped up, Yi Shiwen could easily keep up with her. In the end, she could only continue to test Yi Shiwen's mind. Fortunately, the two of them sped up a lot. However, she did not know how Yi Shiwen could not see through Mu Yunqi's intention. She definitely wanted to test him, but he was not afraid. It was just speed. Even without the devil's wings, his speed could be regarded as first class among peak immortal level. If he were to use the devil's wings, it could be said that his speed would instantly rise to the peak, and no one could compare to him. The two of them flew for a full 10 days and 10 nights, and finally, they barely got close to the universe. They stopped on a fragment of a continent and landed. After killing some of the indigenous creatures of the continent that came to trouble them, the two of them finally settled down. We've arrived at the agreed place. According to the agreement I made with them, they should be coming soon. Mu Yunqi said. At this moment, she did not have any intention of underestimating Yi Shiwen anymore. Yi Shiwen's ability was very tyrannical, and the performance he showed was unfathomable. At least, he was not inferior to her. Okay. Yi Shiwen nodded and glanced over with the Eye of Redemption. In this chaotic God burial star ocean, even if he opened the Eye of Redemption, there was no way to scan the entire continent. He could only scan less than 1/3 of the continent. However, there was no other way. Otherwise, if they were outside, his ordinary eyesight would be able to see the situation of the entire continent. However, this was the only way. In the God burial star ocean, it was necessary to be careful. This can be considered the outermost area of the 10,000 Law King's God's tomb. It can be considered relatively safe. If you go further in, there will be many monsters with extremely tyrannical magic. They are all vicious beasts that were born from the laws left behind by the dead 10,000 Law King. Yi Shiwen had already learned on the road that after the death of many gods, their unreconciled resentment and principles would also give birth to tyrannical, ominous beasts. However, these ominous beasts were different from the evil spirits. These ominous beasts couldn't leave the tombs of these gods. Therefore, one could completely avoid them as long as one didn't get too close to them. Now they were in a safe area. You have to be careful when the time comes. Even if we don't talk about the evil spirits of the Holy King, just the fierce beasts that were born from the rules of the Holy King are very powerful. Previously, there was a senior brother at the peak of the immortal level who was seriously injured in order to scout for information. He escaped with only half of his body. Now he has gone crazy. Mu Yunqi reminded. It is said that he was surrounded by a group of powerful fierce beasts. In the end, he fought hard for 10 years and escaped. Chapter 2376. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying pressure could drive a god crazy. We don't know the specific situation. We don't even have a way to treat this kind of thing. We could only send him to a lord for treatment. Mu Yunchi said with a bitter smile, ordinary injuries were nothing in the eyes of the gods. However, if it was a serious injury that could seriously injure the gods, then the injury would be something that the gods would be helpless against. For example, it would be a serious injury that could cause them to go crazy. The god's spirit was very powerful. Ordinary spiritual treatment methods were basically useless. They might even be injured by the shock. It is precisely because of this that we have to be careful. Among the demigods, some people can be comparable to the masters of the Tao confirmation level. These ominous beasts are naturally gifted. They are born from the will and rules of many tyrannical gods. They are also existences that can kill the gods. If these ominous beasts are not unable to leave the vicinity of the divine tomb, I'm afraid that when the major races join forces, they will have a headache. Mu Yunchi explained. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded. If we encounter too many of those ominous beasts, it will also be a great threat to us. He became vigilant in his heart. To be able to drive a god crazy, what kind of terrifying scene must there be to be able to do this? Suddenly, a group of dark green flames came from the sky. It was like a dancing flame in hell. Then he saw a meteorite-like stone falling from the sky. It cut through the sky and caused countless changes in the rules. Then it fell to the ground. Boom! Yi Shiwen was about to take action when he heard Mu Yunchi say, "Don't worry, it's one of us." He saw that the stone turned into a man in human form under Yi Shiwen's eyes. He was about 2 meters tall and looked like a man in his 30s. However, his skin was like the flames of hell. It was dark green in color. His whole body was burning with flames. His eyes also carried a powerful aura that looked down on all directions. This was a very powerful foreign race master. However, this was not strange. There were too many powerful races in the heavens. Even Mu Yunchi was not a human. He was also a foreign race master. It was just that he would generally choose to transform into a human form. This was because the human form was the most suitable Tao body for cultivation. Yi Shiwen, this is a formidable expert of the Hellfire clan, Oksu. Mu Yunchi said. Yi Shiwen had read about this race from a senior's personal letter. It was also a very powerful race. It was rumored that this race lived in hell. It was a strange life form that was born in accordance with the powerful principles of hell. Arcas glanced at Yi Shiwen. He raised his eyebrows, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. Yunchi, could it be that you found this person? This is a mission with a slim chance of survival. Could it be that you found such a person to drag us down? Arcas said coldly. Yi Shiwen wrinkled his brows. Arcas' hostility towards him was too strong. Yi Shiwen could feel it almost immediately. Arcas, this is not someone who will drag us down. This is a young expert of our Hidden Valley's new generation. Mu Yunchi replied. Compared to her age of tens of thousands of years, Yi Shiwen, who was only about 1,000 years old, could only be regarded as a young master. Yunchi, I'm afraid a veteran deity, like you shouldn't be leading a newcomer. Arcas still looked indifferent. Seeing that Arcas was still being overbearing, Mu Yunchi was a little annoyed. She said he is not a newcomer. You should know that even Ao Chaozong's clone was defeated by him. He is not as weak as you think. Ao Chaozong's clone? Arcas's eyes lit up slightly. Of course. He was not afraid of Yi Shiwen. Instead, he was afraid of Ao Chaozong, whose name had shaken the world. Since thousands of years ago, Ao Chaozong's reputation had skyrocketed. Now, there were rumors that his strength was comparable to a divine master in the sage realm. Although it was only a rumor, it was enough to make them look at him in a different light. Yi Shiwen had only defeated Ao Chaozong's clone, and they had no choice but to look at him in a different light. However, His gaze towards Yi Shiwen was still quite unfriendly. Yi Shiwen was not a kind person. Since Arkaza's attitude towards him was not friendly, he could not greet him with a smile. He could only look at him coldly. Mu Yunqi was sandwiched between the two, and it was inevitable that he felt a little awkward. Humph. Since you, Yunqi, have said it, then I won't say anything more. However, whether he can stay or not depends on Yun Keiji and the others. When the time comes, it's hard to say whether he can get past them. Arcas snorted coldly and did not continue speaking. Not long after, another air-piercing sound came from the sky, and a few figures descended. They were 3 men and a woman. One of the men was handsome and elegant, and his eyes were boundlessly sharp. He looked heroic, and he had the bearing of a natural overlord of a generation. Behind him was another middle-aged man. He had a human head, but his body was like a goat. He only had the shape of a human, and he was another strange race. Beside him was a member of the Naga tribe. Her upper body was that of a beautiful woman, but her lower body had a snake-like tail. It was obvious that this was her original body. After arriving, she turned into a pair of legs as she descended from the sky, and she looked no different from an ordinary woman. Behind these 3 people was a giant dragon. In the process of descending from the clouds, it also turned into the appearance of a young man. He was domineering, and there was an unattainable arrogance between his brows. As soon as these 4 people arrived, the entire continent was suddenly covered in boundless coercion. All of them were powerful experts at the peak of the immortal level, and their strength was extraordinary. Yunqi, you're here first. The Naga tribe woman trotted all the way to Mu Yunqi's side and said happily. The relationship between the two was obviously very good. We haven't seen each other for 100 years, right? Your cultivation has improved a lot. Yunqi, this is? The Naga tribe woman looked at Yi Shiwen. She was a little puzzled and said teasingly, Is this your little lover? What? Don't talk nonsense, little hussy. Be careful, or I'll tear your mouth apart. Mu Yunqi said reproachfully. This is my junior brother from the Hidden Valley, Yi Shiwen. Junior brother, let me introduce you. This is my good sister, the queen of the Naga tribe, Gonmona. Oh, it's junior brother. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just the leader of a small tribe. She's not a queen. The Naga tribe woman, Gonmona, laughed in a clear and melodious voice. She was neither pretentious nor arrogant, and Yi Shiwen had a good impression of her. After listening to Mu Yunqi's introduction, the eyes of the arrogant man and the expert from the dragon tribe flashed with a hint of sharpness. Yi Shiwen, everyone knows each other. Let me introduce you to the others. This is Yun Keiji, this is Yang Shuping, and this is... Mu Yunqi introduced the man with a heroic appearance and the man with a human head and a goat's body to Yi Shiwen. However, when she introduced the expert from the dragon tribe, she suddenly stopped because she didn't know him. Yi Shiwen saw the strange expression on her face and felt relieved in his heart. He also found it strange that Mu Yunqi had asked him to come here, and she knew a lot about his situation. So, how could she not know about the many grievances between him and the Dragon Clan? So, she had invited the experts of the Dragon Clan to come here. So it didn't seem to be the case. She shouldn't have known that this expert of the Dragon tribe would come. Let me introduce you. This is the expert of the Dragon tribe that I've recently made friends with. His name is Ao Shaoqing. At this time, the man with a heroic appearance, Yun Keiji, opened his mouth and said. He looked at Yi Shiwen, and his eyes weren't very friendly. Yi Shiwen shivered. This Yun Keiji's strength was extraordinary. In fact, he was much more powerful than Aksu. He wasn't a simple character. Mu Yunqi looked at Yi Shiwen awkwardly. She hadn't expected that such a careless mistake would occur. Yunqi, did you just say that this is your junior disciple? Although he's a member of the Hidden Valley, it's fine if he gathers together normally. But this mission is very dangerous. Don't blame us if he dies. Yun Keiji said coldly. It seemed as if Yi Shiwen would die in the hands of those ominous beasts in the next second. Humph, Yun Keiji, you're wrong. This is the person who claimed to have defeated Ao Chaozong's clone. Aksu finally opened his mouth at this time. Everyone's eyes focused on Yi Shiwen. It was obvious that Ao Chaozong's reputation was too resounding. Even they couldn't help but be moved by him. Is there really such a thing? But it's nothing. How powerful can a clone of Ao Chaozong be? I can crush it with one hand. It's nothing. Yun Keiji said disdainfully. He thought that the so-called clone was just a simple divine sense clone. So he didn't take it seriously. Oh, you're the Yi Shiwen who has made Ao Chaozong lose face recently? At this time, Ao Shaoqing, who was behind him, opened his mouth. There was a bit of curiosity and a bit of coldness on his face. Ao Chaozong has always been my goal. I must replace him as the #1 genius of the dragon tribe in the future. So I can't say that I'm his friend. But you've gone against our Dragon Island time and again. I want to see how strong you are. How dare you? Chapter 2377. Boom! In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless auras of annihilation filled the air and were torn apart in an instant. A huge dragon condensed from countless laws in the sky and shrouded directly. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to swallow him. Fortunately, you are not a friend of Ao Chaozong. Otherwise, don't even think of living past today. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly and said, In any case, Ao Chaozong was an opponent that must be defeated. But with just you, do you want to test my cultivation? Yi Shiwen stepped forward, and the spiritual power in his body had been raised to the peak. He directly blasted out a punch. It was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The mighty animal Tao, countless ferocious birds and beasts rushed out in a frenzy. Dragons, phoenixes, Chilants, Baifeng, and many other legendary powerful birds and beasts suddenly emerged. These boundless divine beasts formed an incomparably huge tide, a terrifying tide that could engulf everything. Compared to the human Tao fist, the animal Tao was more ferocious and invincible in group battles. The dragon was swallowed alive by these countless ferocious beasts before it could swallow Yi Shiwen. These ferocious beasts did not lose their momentum and rushed towards Ao Shaoqing. Damn, how can it be the animal Tao? Ao Shaoqing's cultivation was powerful. At the same time, he was also born in a force with a long history like the Dragon Island. He was very knowledgeable and could recognize the famous and tyrannical fist technique of the animal Tao. It was just that, in his impression, it seemed that no one could practice such a tyrannical martial technique because there were not so many blood essences of ferocious beasts and mythological beasts for them to practice. Moreover, he had practiced the animal Tao to such an extent. It was simply incredible. He retreated again and again. In an instant, he had retreated hundreds of miles to avoid the attack of the animal Tao. The dragon race's movement technique was also famous for being tyrannical. Although it was not as good as the demon wings, it was still one of the few movement techniques in the world. Impenetrable by all laws and indestructible by all tribulations. He roared, and bursts of golden light erupted from his body. These golden lights were vast and mighty. They isolated everything. Even the omnipresent cause and effect in the world was blocked. Yi Shiwen's animal Tao was instantly blocked by these golden lights and disappeared into nothingness. At this time, he had already raised the danger level of Yi Shiwen again and again. He didn't dare to underestimate Yi Shiwen in the slightest. He roared crazily, and his hands directly condensed into a huge seal technique. Heavenly Dragon Seal. The huge Heavenly Dragon Seal once again transformed into a 9-clawed golden dragon. It grew larger and larger as if it could swallow everything. It's actually the Heavenly Dragon Seal. I didn't expect him to have mastered such a heaven-defying cultivation method after not seeing him for hundreds of years. This was Yun Keiji. He had known Ao Shaoqing for a very long time. They had known each other hundreds of years ago during their travels. However, at that time, Ao Shaoqing did not know how to use the heavenly dragon seal. Yun Keiji did not expect that Ao Shaoqing would know how to use it now. He couldn't help but feel a little envious. Compared to other people, as long as they had enough talent, it was only a matter of time before these people who came from rich and powerful families could obtain divine abilities and martial arts that were difficult for outsiders to obtain. This is the heavenly dragon seal. No wonder. According to the legends, the ancestral dragon once relied on the heavenly dragon seal to shatter countless worlds in one fell swoop. This can be considered as one of the few seal techniques in the world. It's simply indestructible. The heavenly dragon seal has such a reputation. It's really extraordinary. Others also voiced out one after another. Their evaluation of Ao Shaoqing was also constantly improving. At their level of cultivation, there was not much difference between their martial skills. However, the cultivation method they practiced was very likely to determine the outcome of the battle. It's just the heavenly dragon seal. You're still far from being able to compare with Ao Chaozong. Even your heavenly dragon seal can't compare with him. Yi Shiwen sneered. Both of his hands, unexpectedly, formed a seal technique. It formed the overturning sky seal. The world was about to be overturned by this seal technique. Overturning sky seal, overturning the world. Carrying supreme power, Yi Shiwen took a step forward. The overturning sky seal in his hand fiercely turned over and blasted towards Ao Shaoqing. Boom! An incomparably loud explosion sounded. The overturning sky seal and the heavenly dragon seal directly collided. Compared to Ao Chaozong's heavenly dragon seal, Ao Shaoqing's heavenly dragon seal still had a huge disparity. That huge dragon's head was smashed to smithereens by Yi Shiwen's overturning sky seal, and blood splattered everywhere. In front of the overturning sky seal, the heavenly dragon seal was simply too weak. Ao Shaoqing let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire palm was drenched in blood from Yi Shiwen's attack. He was completely at a disadvantage. He constantly retreated, not daring to approach. What kind of seal technique is this? It can even break the heavenly dragon seal of Extreme Yang. It's unimaginable. Yun Keiji's eyes widened as he stared at the overturning sky seal on Yi Shiwen's palm. There was an unusual greed in his eyes. One must know that a good power technique was very rare even for these deity-level experts. They would need countless years to perfect a powerful power technique. After all, they didn't have the help of the mysterious space like Yi Shiwen did. So in comparison, it was easier to directly obtain the ancient inheritance. The heavenly dragon seal was undoubtedly one of the world's top magical martial arts. Even if it was completely useless in front of the overturning sky seal, they would not underestimate this tyrannical technique developed by the ancestral dragon. This was only Ao Shaoqing's own lack of strength. It did not mean that the heavenly dragon seal was weak. Even so, the power of the overturning sky seal was still an eye-opener for him. If I can obtain such a powerful seal technique, I will definitely be able to go one step further. Even if I can't break through to the eternal realm in one go, it will be enough to dominate the eternal realm. I must get it. He opened his god's eye and wanted to see through the overturning sky seal that Yi Shiwen had cast. In his eyes, the overturning sky seal was incomparably complicated. It was not something that he could study in a short time. Yi Shiwen had used the mysterious space to deduce for almost 1,000 years to achieve its current power. It was impossible for him to learn it with just a few glances. However, at this time, Yi Shiwen did not care about this. His palm turned into the overturning sky seal. He chased after it and directly blasted it towards Ao Shaoqing. Roar! Ao Shaoqing had been forced into a dead end. He never thought that Yi Shiwen could be so tyrannical. It was simply unparalleled. At this critical moment, he finally displayed all his skills. Dragon Emperor Precious Spell. He let out a loud roar, and an incomparably huge ancient bronze bell appeared around him. This ancient bronze bell was engraved with countless long dragons. They stood in a special position, forming an incomparably huge array that could make all attacks invisible. Bang! Yi Shiwen's overturning sky seal smashed down and directly fell on the ancient bronze bell. There was a loud bang, and countless ripples directly swept out. All the terrifying power that Yi Shiwen had bombarded down was directly reflected by the ancient bronze bell in the form of energy, sound waves. It even formed a huge wave, overturning towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen did not hesitate and directly blasted out a punch, shattering this energy wave. Only then did he stop. Dragon Emperor Precious Bell, how is it possible? The Dragon Emperor's precious bell? How is that possible? How could he have an Emperor Dao treasure? It is said that this is the ancestral dragon's accompanying celestial device. It is very powerful. The person who has the Dragon Emperor's precious bell can be said to be invincible. That golden light just now was from the Dragon Emperor's precious bell. Hiss, in the Dragon Emperor's precious bell, he is almost invincible. Aksu said with his eyes wide open. He was completely speechless when he thought of the rumored celestial tool. If it was really the legendary celestial tool, as a Tao-confirming expert, he would almost be on his knees on the spot. He is indeed a famous genius of the Dragon Clan. This Ao Shaoqing is really strong. He can even get a celestial tool like the Dragon Emperor Precious Bell. Emogunus' eyes were also rippling. Who did not want the Dragon Emperor Precious Bell? No, this is not the Dragon Emperor Precious Bell. If it was the Dragon Emperor Precious Bell, we would all be dead. Mu Yinchi suddenly came to a realization. According to the legend, the Dragon Emperor Precious Bell can amplify all attacks in the form of energy waves and counterattack. If it is the legendary celestial tool, I am afraid we would all be dead by now. When he said this, he looked at Yi Shiwen, obviously reminding him. At that moment, Ao Shaoqing finally calmed down and said, "That's right. This isn't the real Dragon Emperor Precious Bell. It's a celestial tool that's made by immortal level." Although it was just a replica celestial tool, he was extremely proud of it. He said, "Although it's just a replica celestial tool, it's still one of the best low-grade celestial tools. With the cultivation level of immortal level, it's absolutely impossible to break it. The more powerful your attack, the more powerful the counterattack will be. By then, you can only kill yourself. Yi Shiwen, you forced my Dragon Emperor's precious bell to come out. You're quite capable. However, this is the end of your performance. I'll beat you to a pulp next." The way he looked at Yi Shiwen was unusually sharp. He had never suffered such a big loss before, especially when he was defeated by a guy in the middle of the immortal level in front of everyone. He had lost all his face in front of everyone. He had lost all of his face. Yi Shiwen's eyes were sharp as he looked at Yi Shiwen. He wanted to get revenge from Yi Shiwen. This is the end. Yi Shiwen, you'd better wake up. He took a step forward and took out the heavenly dragon seal on the spot. He attacked Yi Shiwen. Since he had the Dragon Emperor Precious Bell to protect him, he did not have to worry about attacking. The heavenly dragon seal grew bigger and bigger. It was like a long dragon that came crashing down. Chapter 2378. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen with sympathy in their eyes. With the protection of the Dragon Emperor's precious bell, Ao Shaoqing was like a super iron tortoise in their eyes. They could not break him at all. Therefore, Ao Shaoqing could attack as much as he wanted. In contrast, Yi Shiwen could not attack with all his strength. He had to divide part of his strength to defend. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage from the beginning. The big sects were indeed different. What Dragon Emperor's precious bell? Break it. Facing the incoming heavenly dragon seal, Yi Shiwen did not give way. With a roar, the demon's summoning banner covered his body and protected him. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand. The sky-breaking sword suddenly burst out with an amazing sword light. It rushed into the sky and shook many laws. With the long sword in hand, the world was mine. With the long sword in hand, Yi Shiwen was like the incarnation of swordsmanship. The world shook as if it was about to be turned into powder by his sword light. It could be seen that some spaces had been turned into glass by his sword radiance. It looked very terrifying. Unparalleled power spread out. On this continent, countless demonic beasts started to move. They felt that the world had suddenly changed. All the laws that they could barely feel were suddenly suppressed by the swordsmanship laws. It was as if this was the legendary sword realm. With the power of one person, he had suppressed the laws of the world. His strength could be imagined. Break for me. The sky-breaking sword in Yi Shiwen's hand swept out. The heavenly dragon seal was broken in front of everyone's eyes, and the huge heavenly dragon was chopped into two halves. However, Yi Shiwen's sword momentum didn't decrease at all, and fiercely chopped the Dragon Emperor's treasure bell. Bang! With a loud roar, the Dragon Emperor's precious bell was sent flying along with Ao Shaoqing. The boundless sword force was still shaking the void, and a formless aura spread out, causing people to feel a chill down their spines. Everyone was stunned. The defensive power of the Dragon Emperor's precious bell was indeed top-notch among the lower-grade divine weapons. It was not a lie to say that it was invincible. It was a fact. It was impossible for an ordinary person to break through the defense of the Dragon Emperor's precious bell. They might even be sent flying by the recoil of the Dragon Emperor's precious bell. It could be said that Ao Shaoqing was indeed a genius to be able to cultivate the Dragon Emperor's precious bell, but he was still sent flying by Yi Shiwen's sword. What was even more frightening was that they could clearly see that cracks had appeared on the Dragon Emperor's precious bell. This was the most unbelievable thing. In their eyes, this was an unbreakable divine weapon, but it had actually cracked. Puff! Ao Shaoqing spat out a mouthful of blood as cracks appeared on the Dragon Emperor's precious bell. Even if there were only a few cracks, it meant that the Dragon Emperor's precious bell couldn't completely block all the attacks. A portion of the attacks had fallen on his body. Given Yi Shiwen's strength, it was enough to seriously injure him. The Dragon Emperor's precious bell's counterattack was completely absorbed by the demon summoning flag. It did not affect Yi Shiwen at all. Ao Shaoqing was right. The Dragon Emperor's precious bell could not be broken by an ordinary immortal level. Unfortunately, he met Yi Shiwen, a monster. Not only was his explosive power the best among immortal levels, but the Sky Breaker sword in his hand was also a rare weapon even among immortal levels. All of them added up to cause cracks to appear on his Dragon Emperor's precious bell. Just when Yi Shiwen was about to go further and break his tortoiseshell, Yun Keiji suddenly attacked. Suddenly, Yun Keiji made his move. Boundless cloud qi erupted in the sky and sealed everything. It also blocked Yi Shiwen's path of attack. "Brother Yi, please have mercy." Yi Shiwen retracted his aura and didn't chase after him. Since he wasn't on Ao Chaozong's side and even wanted to challenge Ao Chaozong, Yi Shiwen wouldn't kill him. He would just teach him a lesson. He had achieved his goal of establishing his dominance. To outsiders, he looked like a mid-stage immortal level again. However, nobody dared to look down on this mid-stage immortal level anymore, especially Arcas, who was the first to arrive. Fortunately, he did not attack back then. Otherwise, he would be the one who would be taught a lesson now. Mu Yunqi opened her mouth, but she did not know what to say. Although she had a guess about Yi Shiwen's ability, it was just a guess. It was even more ridiculous than her guess. She thought Yi Shiwen could only fight peak-level immortal levels at most. Now it seemed like he was not just fighting, but he was terrifying. Master's evaluation of him was right. His future was limitless, and his achievements were unimaginable. "Why? Are you going to help him?" Yi Shiwen said coldly while looking at Yun Keiji. Although Yun Keiji did not do anything earlier, he was not friendly to Yi Shiwen. Naturally, Yi Shiwen would not be nice to him now. Seeing Yi Shiwen's attitude, Yun Keiji was a little angry, but he suppressed it immediately and said, "It's okay." Ao Shaoqing was a little reckless just now, but he was thinking about the safety of our team. You should know that the God Burial Star Ocean is dangerous, especially the Dharma King's tomb. There are many dangers that we can't imagine. If we don't try to understand each other's abilities, I'm afraid some accidents will happen. But I'm sure Brother Yi is broad-minded. You won't be so calculative, Yun Keiji said while looking at Yi Shiwen and Mu Yunshi. Yi Shiwen sneered. He knew what Yun Keiji was thinking. Yun Keiji was trying to stop him with words so that he could not continue attacking. However, it just so happened that he did not intend to continue attacking. However, this incident also gave him a wake-up call. This team might not be as united as he thought. It was more of a combination of benefits than a common interest. The thought of taking everything for himself grew stronger in his heart. He might even have to be careful of these people. They might be more dangerous than the ominous beasts and the celestial race. However, he could not say this out loud. He could only hide it deep in his heart. His expression did not change. Since you're speaking up for him, I'll give you face. However, if he still tries to provoke me, then don't blame me for putting on a show of slaying a dragon. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. What did you say? Ao Shaoqing was furious. The dragon race was one of the strongest races in the world. They were often the standard by which people measured their strength. Slaying a dragon had also become a symbol of glory for many people. Therefore, the dragon race had always been very sensitive in this aspect. Are you deaf? Yi Shiwen said without any trace of politeness. Ao Shaoqing was furious. He wanted to fight with Yi Shiwen. But then he thought that he might not be Yi Shiwen's opponent. He could only give up. For a genius of the dragon race like him, this was simply a miracle. No one had ever been able to threaten him. All right, let's stop arguing. We've already wasted some time. Now, the most important thing is to hurry to the tomb of the Law King and stop the remnants of the celestial race. Yun Keiji said. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was still willing to give him face, he was still a little proud. He barely suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. Yes, let's not continue arguing on this issue. There's no point at all. Mu Yunshi came out and said. Finally, everyone reluctantly reached an agreement. One by one, they activated their escape lights and flew towards the tomb of the Law King in the distance. The group of people flew in front and behind. However, generally speaking, they were still within a certain range. Yi Shiwen and Mu Yunshi were naturally the closest to each other. Brother, your sky-splitting sword was bestowed to you by the master, right? Mu Yunshi said through telepathy. She had seen the sky-splitting sword on the Lord of Flames before. That was the sword that the Lord of Flames used before he became a divine lord of the Sage Realm. It could be said to be a very precious treasure. She had never seen him bestow it to anyone. She did not expect him to give it to Yi Shiwen. Yes, it is indeed a magic tool bestowed by the master. Yi Shiwen nodded. Without the sky-splitting sword, although Yi Shiwen was not afraid of the Dragon Emperor's precious bell, he would still need to spend a lot of effort to break it. After all, he was only at the middle stage of the immortal level. He was not at the peak of the immortal level. The master is so nice to you. Mu Yunshi said enviously. I'm really sorry about what happened today. I did not expect that there would be someone from the dragon tribe. Mu Yunshi quickly took the opportunity to apologize. She had never expected that there would be someone from the dragon tribe. One must know that Yi Shiwen and the Dragon Island were not on good terms. This was probably a well-known secret. It's nothing. After all, man proposes, God disposes. Yi Shiwen said, But sister, is it really okay to go to the tomb of the Law King with such a team? Sai, who knows? But we have no other choice. It's not easy to join such a team. It's very difficult to find companions who are on the same level as us and have gone through many trials. It took me a long time to form this team. Mu Yunshi said, But you can rest assured. After all, the The two of us are from the same sect. We can't compare to them. Today, you have offended all of them. Perhaps only Mo Gana is slightly better. You have to be especially careful of Yun Keiji. He is not easy to deal with. His strength is tyrannical, and he is also very scheming. Be careful not to fall into his trap. A smile appeared on Yi Shiwen's face. He then said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Even if he really wants to deal with me, he needs to have the strength to do so. In the face of real strength, all schemes are a joke." Chapter 23:79. If those people thought that what Yi Shiwen had shown just now was his true strength, then they were gravely mistaken. In the face of these unknown people, how could Yi Shiwen not hold back? He could also see that they probably had not shown all their abilities, but it didn't matter. It was more than enough to protect himself. Mu Yunqi looked at Yi Shiwen and didn't know where he got such confidence. But in the end, she could only conclude that the skilled were bold, and he did have such capital. "Junior brother, you are young and proud. Junior brother, you are young and proud. You should be less than 1,000 years old, right? Less than 1,000 years old. But you have already proved the way. You can be called an unprecedented cultivation genius. Compared with you, I am far inferior. I have already wasted tens of thousands of years before I proved the way. Now, more than 10,000 years have passed, and I have barely stepped into the peak of the longevity realm. If there are no other fortuitous encounters, perhaps after tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, I also have the opportunity to break into the eternal realm. But this process is really too long, and it is not certain that there will be any accidents. How many of us immortal beings have fallen?" Mu Yunqi couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the gods, tens of thousands of years old was just a young and tender thing, not even ancient, not even reaching the mainstream level. However, in the face of Yi Shiwen, who was only about 1,000 years old, she couldn't help but have a kind of sigh in her heart. It was really the case of the Yangtze rivers, new waves pushing the old waves, and the old waves dying on the beach. As a senior, she was really under a lot of pressure. And to break into the eternal realm, the most important thing is to condense the Godhead. And to condense the Godhead, it requires far more than just hard practice, but also all kinds of fortuitous encounters. It is best to have the Godhead of the eternal realm for us to refer to. But how can the Godhead of the eternal realm be so easy to find? Except in this kind of tomb, there is no other possibility. Even the gods dare not have the slightest indulgence, and can only go forward step by step. Mu Yunqi said. He was also very clear about Mu Yunqi's situation. Wasn't it the same for him? He had finally succeeded in proving his Tao with great difficulty, but due to various reasons he had no choice but to cultivate crazily. So what if he had reached the God realm? Wasn't it the same? It was just that he had a lot more time than ordinary people, that's all. If we are lucky this time, we might be able to obtain a godhood. Even if it is a damaged one, it would still be a great thing. When that happens, if we can comprehend the essence of the imperishable stage, I am confident that I will be able to advance further, Mu Yunqi said confidently. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation would not go to waste. Yi Shiwen, Yunqi, I hope that we can help each other after we arrive at the 10,000 Dharma King's tomb. With the strength of the three of us, it should be more than enough to protect ourselves if we can work together. Mogana suddenly transmitted her voice from far away at this time. Yi Shiwen was quite astonished. Aren't you with them? Yi Shiwen was a little puzzled. He thought that Mo Gana, Yun Keiji, and the others were on the same side, while he and Mu Yunqi were on the other side. Who's on the same side as them? I'm just here with them. My relationship with Yunqi is the best. Usually it's fine, but since there's already a conflict between the two of you, I naturally have to stand on Yunqi's side. Mo Gana said matter-of-factly. Yi Shiwen looked at Mu Yunqi and saw her secretly nodding, indicating that she could trust him. Only then did he feel relieved. There was one more helper on his side. In this case, the ratio between them and the other side had become 4-3, and the gap had obviously narrowed. However, Yi Shiwen was also quite disgusted with scheming against his own teammates. He originally had the intention to act alone, and now he could not stop himself. At the very least, he could not let Yun Keiji and the others take advantage of him. At this time, Yun Keiji and the others were also carefully discussing. Yun Keiji, why didn't you make a move just now? If the few of us joined forces, would that brat still be so arrogant? I want to kill him and tear his corpse into 1,000 pieces. Ao Shaoqing complained unhappily. He had lost face in front of the beautiful woman just now, and he was still brooding over it. Why are you so anxious? That brat is not easy to deal with. Besides, even if you don't want to give face to a monk, you still have to give face to Yunqi. Yun Keiji said indifferently, but you don't have to be anxious. I just haven't made a move because he still has some value. Don't worry, although his strength is not bad, I am confident that I can suppress him. Besides, with your help, he cannot escape from my control. He had his own trump card. Even though Yi Shiwen had already displayed a considerable amount of strength, he was still very confident. This time, no one can stop us from obtaining the Dharma King's divine spark. As long as we can obtain the Dharma King's divine spark, we can comprehend it together. Breaking into the Eternal Realm is only a matter of time. Eternal Realm experts are true gods. Even if their bodies are completely destroyed, they can still be reborn. Even becoming a sage realm divine master is not a dream. At that time, we can each dominate a region, and even those regal sects will have no choice but to recruit us. Yun Keiji finally said his idea. It was far from as simple as snatching the 10,000 Dharma roulette. It was a deeper level of ambition. Ao Shaoqing, at that time, you can also quickly catch up to Ao Chaozong. Who does he think he is? He is just relying on the complete inheritance of a sage realm expert in the past. He is simply not on the same level as the Dharma King. You also have hope of becoming the future Dragon Clan patriarch. Yun Keiji said indifferently, That's right. As long as I get my hands on all of this, even Ao Chaozong won't be able to do anything. Those old fogies on Dragon Island only care about Ao Chaozong and don't care about me at all. Humph. I'll make sure they understand how ridiculous their mistakes are. I really want to see the expressions on their faces when we succeed. Ao Shaoqing said fiercely. In his opinion, he was being looked down upon. Yes, he felt that he should be valued more. If he was valued enough, he would definitely not be inferior to Ao Chaozong. It was just that those people did not know how to appreciate him. These people all had great ambitions. No one was willing to let their cultivation stop at this step, especially when they were already at the peak of the Eternal Realm. They were only a step away from the Eternal Realm. No one was willing to stop at this stage. Especially when they were only a step away, they even had the ambition to break through to the legendary sage realm divine master cultivation. If that's the case, then we'll let this kid live a little longer. He's just a newbie. Does he think that the world of gods is as simple as that of mortals? In the world of mortals, he might be invincible, but in the world of gods, he's just a newbie, Yang Shuping said coldly. At this time, the group had already passed through layers of space. An incomparably huge world appeared before their eyes. The tomb of the Dharma King had actually formed an incomparably huge world after countless years. One could imagine just how terrifying the strength of the Dharma King was. It was far from what the people at present could fathom. As soon as they entered this world, they clearly felt an unprecedented suppression. Everyone be careful. We are now entering the tomb of the Dharma King. Here, our strength will be suppressed, while the people of the Celestials will be able to perform exceptionally well. We must be careful, Yun Keiji said at this time. Before coming here, he had clearly put in a lot of thought and made a lot of preparations. He was also very familiar with these things. Everyone nodded one after another. Yi Shiwen also felt the suppression. This tomb could be said to be a place suitable for the cultivation of the Celestials. It would form a strong suppression for all the other races. A regent powerhouse was already so terrifying. How tyrannical would the real emperor lords be? How astonishing would the strength of the inheritances they created be? Although this tomb had a huge restriction and pressure, for these people who had successfully confirmed their Tao, it only slightly affected their combat power. They directly passed through. Not long after they entered, everyone could clearly feel that the spatial storms inside, as well as the ripping and severing of the laws, were much more severe than outside. At a glance, there were many tyrannical creatures living in groups. They were different from the creatures in the outside world. These creatures were born according to the laws of the 10,000 Dharma kings. Every one of them was a powerful beast from the moment they were born. It was almost an innate instinct. Everyone was a Tao-confirming expert. Their vitality was strong, and the aura of the laws that erupted from their bodies was like a firefly in the dark in the eyes of these beasts. They were quickly attracted over. Even many tyrannical divine senses that were comparable to Tao-confirming experts swept over and locked onto everyone. We have to pass through quickly. We can't waste time here. Otherwise, if we are surrounded and seen by the people of the Celestials, it will not be good. Yun Keiji said. However, they were quickly entangled by some powerful beasts nearby. In fact, they weren't even ordinary life forms. They were powerful storm elementals created by storms. All of them had strength comparable to Tao corroboration cultivators. It wasn't that their comprehension was comparable to Tao corroboration cultivators. It was just that they were naturally powerful. However, compared to ordinary Tao-confirming experts, they were still far inferior. However, their numbers were huge. Hundreds or thousands of them were a huge threat to Tao-confirming experts. Chapter 2380. It was like a child carrying a knife. Although he might not have much strength, he might be able to kill an adult with the help of the sharp weapon in his hand. It was the same for these living beings. Although they might not pose too much of a threat to the gods individually, when thousands of them rushed over, it was overwhelming. It was as if a black storm had formed into a huge tornado and descended upon this world. In the sky, it formed a very powerful vortex. Yi Shiwen opened the eyes of redemption and saw through the life essence of these creatures at once. They were special life forms formed by the blood essence sprayed by the law of Dharmaraja, who died in the battle back then. Many of them were also infected by the blood essence of other masters who died in the battle. It seemed that they were completely different from ordinary life forms. It was very wonderful. Each of these formidable beings had an unimaginable power on their bodies. They rushed over and wanted to swallow Yi Shiwen and the others. Brother Yi, these law life forms are formed by the combination of the blood sprayed by the law of Dharmaraja or other god masters, and a piece of God Source origin. Just when Yi Shiwen was planning to quickly shuttle over, Mu Yunchi suddenly said, "You mean they have God Source origin in their bodies?" Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, these life forms are not ordinary life forms. The core of their energy is God Source origin. If God Source origin is exhausted, they will also die. Therefore, these life forms often fight for God Source origin. Wars also break out between different races. Now we are only on the periphery, so what we see are law life forms that can't survive in the graveyard of the law of Dharmaraja and have no choice but to come to these peripheral areas, said Mu Yunchi. Before coming, he had also conducted a lot of investigations. At least he knew more than Yi Shiwen. Originally, Yi Shiwen had no interest in these life forms at all. However, it was different now. What he lacked the most now was God Source origin. However, this was also not something that everyone could deal with. It should be known that although these life forms had God Source origin in their bodies, their combat power could also seriously injure gods and even kill gods. It was meaningless to kill one or two God Source origin after killing for a long time. Moreover, if there were too many of them, they might be killed instead. Therefore, even if everyone wanted the God Source origin in their bodies. Not many people dared to come here to hunt these life forms. At this moment, everyone started killing each other. These storm elementals joined hands to launch a storm spell. They galloped like horses, covering the sky and covering the earth, mixed with countless lightning flashes and thunder rolls. Wind and lightning were inseparable. Yunkeji and the others clearly knew that the storm elementals had divine source in their bodies. They immediately began their slaughter, tearing apart the storm elementals. Then, they ruthlessly struck the storm elementals. In an instant, the storm elementals were torn apart, and the divine source in their bodies was immediately absorbed. "Let's go too!" Mu Yunchi shouted and charged into the storm elementals. Although she looked delicate, her cultivation level of peak immortal level was not fake. As soon as she entered, the storm elementals were completely defeated. Mu Yunchi shouted, "Mu Yunchi!" Mo Gunnis, water-attributed magic, surged into the sky, stirring up a boundless giant wolf that drowned and swept away everything. Yi Shiwen did not want to be outdone. He immediately launched a punch. Animal path. Countless ferocious beasts rushed out. In the face of a group battle, the power of animal path was needless to say. There was no fear at all. The ferocious storm elementals could not get close to him at all, and they were all blasted away by him. The God Source in their bodies fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. However, these storm elementals were relatively weak. They were even weaker than an ordinary intermediate immortal level. At most, they could only be compared to those demigods who were on the righteous path. They were far from being able to prove their God Source. They only had one piece of God Source in their bodies, and they were considered to be in a miserable state. However, even so, it was better than nothing. Yi Shiwen launched a punch, and more than 10 storm elementals died tragically in his hands. However, this tribe alone could provide him with hundreds of God Source. It was not bad. After all, he was not alone at this time. Suddenly, just when Yi Shiwen was about to kill all the storm elementals in front of him, countless wooden spears pierced through the sky not far away. They instantly killed dozens of storm elementals in front of him. Then these wooden spears turned into huge hands and took away all the God Source. "Human, I've helped you take care of these storm elementals. You don't have to thank me." At this time, Yang Shuping's proud voice was heard in Yi Shiwen's ears. Yi Shiwen's face turned black. This was clearly a provocation. They wanted to take away all the God Source that belonged to him. At this time, Arcas from Hellfire also attacked. Aquamarine flames burned the sky, heading towards the remaining storm elementals in front of Yi Shiwen. They wanted to take away all of them. This time, Yi Shiwen was prepared. How could he let them succeed? He sneered and directly used Judgment, Holy Claw, to blast the storm elementals on the spot. He took the remaining dozens of God Source into his pocket. Arcas also had a regretful look on his face. It was obvious that he hadn't been able to snatch the divine source. In particular, he hadn't been able to snatch it from Yi Shiwen. "Ha ha ha, did you see this guy's face? It's darker than the bottom of a pot." Yang Shuping laughed loudly. "That's right. We want him to not be able to snatch a single God Source. We'll make him cry until he's blind," Ao Shaoqing said with a sinister smile. Although he couldn't attack Yi Shiwen for the time being, he was still very happy to see Yi Shiwen suffer. "That's right. Later, we'll take turns to attack him. We'll defeat him." Yun Keiji also smiled faintly. However, these storm elementals are nothing. There's only one God Source in his body. It's not interesting at all. We have to go deeper. I've already explored the path before. Only those living beings inside are valuable and meaningful. After speaking, Yun Keiji directly stepped out and turned into a rainbow. He went deeper into the graveyard of the 10,000 Dharma Kings. "Are you okay?" Mu Yunchi also noticed the situation on Yi Shiwen's side and flew over to ask. "They're indeed a little too much," Amogana said, I'm fine, Yi Shiwen said coldly. They want to cause trouble for me? I'd like to see who's going to cause trouble for whom. Although he lost for a moment, he didn't really care. It was just dozens of God Source, but he had to vent his anger. He took a step forward, and his body turned into a long rainbow as he chased after them. Soon, another group of Rule Life forms appeared in front of them. These were extremely powerful, ferocious beasts. Each of them was as huge as a small mountain. They had sharp teeth, and there was a powerful thunder energy erupting from these sharp teeth. It was extremely terrifying. These powerful, ferocious beasts were actually made up of members that were comparable to peak beginner immortal level. There were even intermediate immortal level leaders. They were more than just a little stronger than the storm elementals from earlier. Junior brother, be careful. This type of ferocious beast is the Thunder Fang beast. It's considered one of the more powerful, ferocious beasts. They form groups, and sometimes they even go to the edge of the graveyard of the 10,000 Dharma Kings to rob gods that pass by. They're very ferocious. Mu Yunshi explained. The 10,000 Dharma Kings' graveyard had not just appeared today. The powerful, ferocious beasts in it had long been known by people. They cultivate thunder skills which can suppress my cultivation level. However, it doesn't matter. I have ways to kill them, Emogana said indifferently. She took a step forward and rushed into the group of ferocious beasts. In an instant, she killed a few Thunder Fang beasts that were attacking her. The God Source in their bodies was also absorbed by Emogana's body. Unlike the storm elementals that only had one God Source, these Thunder Fang beasts had 2 or even 3 God Source in their bodies. Their abilities had increased by more than a little. Although the skills that they cultivated were suppressed, the difference in their abilities was too big. Emogana was already at peak immortal level. It was not difficult for her to fight them. These lightning-tooth beasts had clearly developed a decent level of intelligence. They also knew how to arrange themselves into formations to block Emogana and Mu Yunshi's sneak attack. However, they had still succeeded, and the speed of their sneak attack had indeed slowed down. At the same time, Yun Keiji and the others also attacked one after another. They wanted to kill the Thunder Fang beasts in front of them. At this time, an amazing sword light crossed the sky and actually killed all the Thunder Fang beasts in front of them. Hundreds of Thunder Fang beasts were killed by the sword light. Only the God Source in their bodies was left. It was directly grabbed by a big hand. Then they only heard a laugh. I helped you kill all these Thunder Fang beasts. You don't need to thank me. At this time, Yun Keiji and the others reacted. What the hell was going on? It turned out that Yi Shiwen had attacked. They originally wanted to join forces to defeat Yi Shiwen. Who would have thought that they would be defeated by Yi Shiwen? Who would have thought that they would be slapped in the face by Yi Shiwen? This was simply preposterous and going too far. Hundreds of Thunder Fang beasts had been killed by the sword light. The area in front of them had become blank, and Yi Shiwen had grabbed at least hundreds of God Source. Compared to the dozens of God Source that they had snatched from Yi Shiwen earlier, it was simply a small matter. Their faces were abnormally pale, but since they had done what they had done, Yi Shiwen would naturally do the same. They could not blame Yi Shiwen at this time. They could only swallow their anger, clench their teeth, and swallow their anger. Just wait, we will definitely get back at you. Chapter 2381. They fiercely glared at Yi Shiwen, as if he was a person who had committed the most heinous crime. They didn't even think that Yi Shiwen had retaliated because they had attacked Yi Shiwen first. Wait and see. Ao Shaoqing glared at Yi Shiwen and said. Yi Shiwen sneered. How could he not know what these people were thinking? They were 100 years too early to fight with him. Just as another group of thunder-toothed beasts appeared in front of Yun Keiji and the others, they saw another sword piercing through the sky. The terrifying sword light of the sky, splitting sword illuminated half the sky. It destroyed everything in an instant and blasted a huge hole in the void. Everything in front of them was empty. No need to thank me. At this moment, another big hand grabbed hundreds of god source. Yi Shiwen. At this time, even Yun Keiji, who was most patient, was on the verge of exploding. His face was extremely ugly. He was constantly targeted by Yi Shiwen, and it made him lose face. Let's fight him. Ao Shaoqing could not hold back and wanted to kill Yi Shiwen while there were so many people. Don't be anxious. He will suffer when the time comes. I will definitely make him die without a burial place. Yun Keiji said fiercely. His face was extremely ugly, but he had a plan to deal with Yi Shiwen. At the same time, Yi Shiwen's previous victory over Ao Shaoqing was too amazing, so he did not want to take the risk. While they were hesitating, Yi Shiwen had killed hundreds of thunder teeth beasts in front of them. Hundreds of god source stones had fallen into his hands. Yi Shiwen only felt a warm current flowing through his body after he absorbed thousands of god source in one go. Even now, he could feel that his cultivation had made some progress. He even had a feeling that he was going to break through to the late stage of the immortality realm. However, he knew that this was just an illusion. He had to endure it. Otherwise, once he crossed over, he would never be able to return. However, the laws of thunder and lightning inside the bodies of these beasts contained many ancient thunder techniques, which were even more profound than the ones he had practiced. Although they were only scattered thunder techniques, but they were still very beneficial to him. After all, he was in existence, known as the 10,000 Dharma Kings. It meant that he was a heaven-defying expert that was extremely proficient in numerous great techniques and divine abilities, and he was even said to be a supreme figure that was only half a step away from becoming an imperial monarch. Even if it was just a fragment of some thunder technique, it was still very meaningful for him to comprehend, especially his devil wings, which had improved a lot. Not bad, not bad. I can kill them all and strengthen my thunder technique. Yi Shiwen sneered and directly rushed in. His broken space sword had beheaded dozens or even hundreds of thunder-toothed beasts wherever it went. Yun Keiji and the others were gnashing their teeth in anger. However, there was nothing they could do because Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. It seemed that Yi Shiwen was always faster than them. As a result, Yi Shiwen, Muyunchi, and Emogana had killed all the thunder-toothed beasts, and Yun Keiji hadn't even killed a single one. Yun Keiji's face immediately collapsed. Just a moment ago, he had vowed that he would defeat Yi Shiwen so that Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to kill a single beast, and he would make him lose face. However, in the end, he was defeated, and he was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. His speed was always one step slower than Yi Shiwen's, and he was always one step slower than Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, he fell behind Yi Shiwen. On the other hand, Mu Yunchi and Emogana, who were standing on the side, were calmer than Yi Shiwen. Therefore, they could see more clearly, and they were even more shocked. Generally speaking, even an expert at the peak of the immortal realm would not be able to kill dozens or hundreds of thunder-toothed beasts so easily. This kind of killing would take a long time, even if they were just some living beings that were born from the natural laws and were not real gods. But their combat strength was not fake. Both of them could only deal with a few thunder-toothed beasts at most. Although it seemed that they were not killing slowly, it was not as shocking as Yi Shiwen killing dozens or hundreds of thunder-toothed beasts with one sword strike. Without such terrifying efficiency, with Yi Shiwen's strength, he would at most be able to defeat any one of Yun Keiji and the other three. It would be impossible for all four of them to defeat all of them. This kind of attack speed and true strength was a huge test, and they could not do it at all. Perhaps if they entered the eternal realm, it might be possible. But for now, it was absolutely impossible to do it. At this time, when they were about to die of anger, Yi Shiwen said, "Thank you for letting me win. I will accept these god source." Only Yi Shiwen himself knew that his harvest this time was definitely not just these thousands of god source. Most importantly, he had continuously absorbed the natural laws of thunder in the bodies of these thunder-toothed beasts. His understanding of the natural laws of thunder had increased to a new level. The most obvious sign was that in his body there was actually an additional ancient character, thunder. This was a Tao character that only gods had the opportunity to condense, but not all gods could condense it. This was only possible when one had an extreme understanding of a certain law. In addition to the 3 ancient characters that he already had in his body, he now had a total of 4 ancient characters. This not only signified that his comprehension of the laws of thunder and lightning had reached a whole new level, but it also meant that this was a very powerful means of attack. Most importantly, this was the first time in his life that he had comprehended a Tao character since he had ascended to become a god. For ordinary gods, perhaps they could only condense a certain type of martial arts that they had cultivated throughout their lives. For Yi Shiwen, the natural laws of thunder was only one of the directions in which he cultivated. When Yun Keiji and the others heard Yi Shiwen's words, they were simply about to spit out blood. They had seen bullies, but they had never seen such a bully. They had originally planned to anger Yi Shiwen to death, but they did not expect that one day they would be angered by Yi Shiwen like this. But they could not act up. What they did not know was that Yi Shiwen was waiting for them to act up. He did not intend to cooperate with them in the first place. Without 100,000 divine source, he would not give it up no matter what, let alone share it with these guys. If they dared to attack him, he would immediately fall out with them and show no mercy. But what made him feel pity was that the other party seemed to have some kind of plan. No matter how much he provoked them, they would not fall for it. While he felt pity, he was also somewhat vigilant. The other party did not look like a magnanimous person, but he did not show any signs. There must be some kind of conspiracy waiting for him. He had to be more careful. But at this time, he had already completely opened the eye of salvation. Even if there was a trap, it could not escape his eyes. It's okay, it's just some thunder-tooth beasts. Let's continue inside. The law beasts inside are even stronger, and there are also more divine source. This is just a small matter. Yun Keiji said while suppressing his anger. He took the lead and turned into a long rainbow, flying out. He did not want to see Yi Shiwen again, not even for a second. His figure flew further and further in the void. Yi Shiwen and the others followed one after another. Along the way, they encountered several batches of law beasts. But just like before, they were all robbed by Yi Shiwen. These law beasts were even more tyrannical, and there were even advanced stage, immortal level beasts. However, in Yi Shiwen's eyes, they were nothing at all. Similarly, he killed all of them with one slash of his sword. Along the way, Yi Shiwen plundered more than 40,000 divine source. Including the thousands of divine source from before, Yi Shiwen had collected more than 50,000 divine source during the process of approaching the Dharma King's tomb. These divine source were all absorbed into Yi Shiwen's body, and the rules on these law beasts were also devoured by Yi Shiwen. He was constantly deducing and continuously deepening Yi Shiwen's cultivation base. Although only a short half a day had passed, Yi Shiwen's cultivation base was more than twice as strong as when he had first arrived. This was extremely difficult because he did not choose to break through to advanced stage immortal level. He was merely at peak stage immortal level, and there was no actual change in his cultivation base, but his combat power and comprehension and control of the rules made him more than twice as strong. This was something that countless people could not imagine even in their dreams. But Yi Shiwen had done it with the help of the mysterious space. Everyone followed Yun Keiji and saw that the endless storm power in the void formed a cloud-like energy that was visible to the naked eye. There was a group of storm beasts hidden in this storm power. Each of these beasts had a wingspan of tens of meters. They were very huge, and their bodies were not made of flesh and blood. Instead, they were made of storm energy, and they were very powerful. These beasts were endless, and they were different from the hundreds or thousands of law beasts that could form a group. These storm beasts were very terrifying. At a glance, there were probably tens of thousands of them, or even more. If an ordinary god saw such a lineup, their legs would probably turn into jelly. They might even turn around and run away, not daring to approach. Even Yun Keiji was a little nervous. However, Although he was a little solemn, he did not slow down at all, and he led everyone over. Everyone be careful. These beasts are a type of beasts called the wild storm eagle. They're born from the wind rule, and they're very powerful. Even if it's us, if we're not careful, we might be trapped and die tragically. Yun Keiji said. He reminded everyone, but he did not slow down. Meanwhile, Yi Shiwen also became solemn. These wild storm eagles were different from the law beasts earlier. The weakest of them was comparable to advanced stage immortal level. It seemed like there was a peak stage immortal level leader among them, and it just depended on where it was. Chapter 2382. In this tribe, there was probably a powerful leader who was comparable to a peak immortal level. Even with Yi Shiwen's ability, he was a little afraid of the densely packed violent storm eagles. There were too many of them, and it was completely different from before. Even a peak immortal level powerhouse could be killed by them. This tribe was incomparably powerful. None of the tribes that he had encountered before could be compared to this tribe. Yi Shiwen could even see that on the other side, some of the weaker tribes were even devoured by this tribe. They were killed, and their god source was devoured. In this place, everything was so cruel. The weak were prey to the strong. Only the strongest could survive here. As they needed god source to provide energy, these powerful beasts were killing each other, not for anything else, but to survive. Among them, Yi Shiwen saw countless fractured spaces and some subspaces. They were all living in them, and they were considered the most terrifying tribe. This was quite close to the center of the Dharma King's tomb. Naturally, it looked very dangerous. Even with Yi Shiwen and the others' cultivation and strength, they dared not rush in when faced with such a lineup. If these beasts could leave the Dharma King's tomb, they could easily destroy a relatively weak immortal inheritance. There were too many of them. Yun Keiji glanced at Yi Shiwen, and a sneer appeared on his face. He had deliberately brought Yi Shiwen here to see what other tricks Yi Shiwen had up his sleeve. Even he felt his scalp tingle when he saw so many violent storm eagles, let alone Yi Shiwen. Kaka, there's another god from the outside world. I'm going to devour them, devour their flesh and blood, deprive them of their rules, and plunder their god source. Roar, devour, devour. I want to enter their divine shells. I want to escape this boundless imprisonment. For a moment, countless violent storm eagles were roaring angrily. They looked at Yi Shiwen and the others with incomparably fierce eyes. Countless bloody thoughts swept over. They went straight into everyone's brains, trying to turn them into idiots. Everyone be careful. Don't let them kill you. Yun Keiji roared. Waves of treasure light erupted from his body, protecting himself. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally understood why the god who came to inquire about the news had turned into a madman in the end. It was really dangerous here. However, Yi Shiwen remained motionless. It was as if he hadn't heard anything. Yun Keiji and the others couldn't help but feel ecstatic when they saw the scene. They thought that Yi Shiwen was being careless. He thought that it wouldn't matter if he was hit by this kind of mental attack. He thought that he would certainly suffer a big loss. He might even die. However, a shocking scene happened. Yi Shiwen didn't move at all. He didn't even mobilize any divine power. These thoughts penetrated into his body, but it didn't affect him at all. Yi Shiwen's complexion remained the same, as if he hadn't felt anything at all. However, they didn't know that the enlightening mind ancient tree was protecting his mind at all times. So it was simply impossible for these thoughts to attack his mind. It didn't matter to him at all. It wouldn't affect him at all. Seeing that Yi Shiwen wasn't affected at all, Yun Keiji had no choice but to give up the idea of watching a joke. He only said coldly, although we can't deal with all the violent storm eagles. These lowly beasts actually dared to target us. They're simply courting death. These lowly beasts actually dared to covet our god's shell. They're really courting death. He attacked in an instant. The clouds that filled the sky spread out and instantly formed a range of dozens of miles. It swept out and actually swept away dozens of violent storm eagles in an instant. Those god source were absorbed by him in an instant. Yi Shiwen specially observed for a while. This was the first time that Yun Keiji had used his full strength. His ability was indeed more tyrannical than Ao Shaoqing's. Such ability could be considered outstanding among peak and mortal levels. It was no wonder that he was so confident and so certain. At this time, the others also began to fight one after another. They fought and retreated at the same time. They didn't think of rushing in. It wouldn't matter if it was a small tribe, but such a large tribe with cultivation that was comparable to a late-stage immortal level was enough to make them die here. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He rushed in with the sky-splitting sword in his hand. These violent storm eagles had the rule of storm on them. Previously, the number of storm elements was too small, so he couldn't really condense the word wind. He wanted to use these violent storm eagles to condense the word wind. Although he didn't cultivate the martial arts of wind and thunder, he had an understanding of the rule of wind and thunder that ordinary people couldn't achieve because he had cultivated the tempest wings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to condense the word thunder so smoothly. He could feel that the word wind was about to be condensed and had reached a critical juncture. This was very important to him. As long as he condensed the word wind, his cultivation would advance further. By then, no matter what tricks they had up their sleeves, it would be meaningless to him. There was a loud roar. Yi Shiwen's sword light stretched for dozens of miles and killed all the violent storm eagles within the range of dozens of miles. Their god source turned into a boundless energy frenzy and surged into his body. At the same time, he also absorbed the incomplete wind attribute rule into his body and used the mysterious space to deduce it crazily. A simple and unadorned word, wind, that almost nobody could recognize, was slowly forming in his body. He couldn't care less anymore and rushed in directly. Now, every time Yi Shiwen killed a violent storm eagle, he would strip all the wind attribute rule in it and refine it. He would also devour the god source in it. Although these violent storm eagles were only comparable to advanced stage immortal level and were not real gods, the number of the rule in their bodies still gave Yi Shiwen a great deal of enlightenment. These were powerful monsters that were condensed purely from the wind attribute rule. They didn't have a real body of flesh and blood. Even their bodies were condensed from the rule. However, Yi Shiwen had originally planned to accumulate God Source in preparation for advancing to advanced stage immortal level. He had to give up now because deducing the storm rule would require a huge amount of God Source. He had completely digested all of them. There was no God Source left at all. Therefore, although he was crazily killing these violent storm eagles and devouring the God Source, most of them were actually devoured by the mysterious space. The more he killed, the deeper he went, but he found that more and more of these ominous beasts were coming towards him. In fact, they almost blotted out the sky and seemed endless. No matter how much he killed, he simply couldn't kill all of them. Soon he was drowned in these violent storm eagles. Oh no! Yi Shiwen went too deep into the violent storm eagles. Emogena suddenly reacted and said. Mu Yunqi also reacted, but at that moment they could no longer see Yi Shiwen's figure. He was completely drowned in the violent storm eagles. What should we do? These violent storm eagles are really ferocious. We can't rush in to save him even if we want to. He's too careless. Mu Yunqi said worriedly. However, there was nothing she could do at that moment. If she rushed in, she would soon be devoured by the violent storm eagles. Not only were these violent storm eagles powerful, but there were also many of them. Even a peak immortal level expert would not be able to withstand such a mess. Ha ha ha, that's right. It's just as you planned. He really fell into the violent storm eagles. Ao Shaoqing laughed as if he had finally gotten his revenge. Yi Shiwen had given him too much pressure earlier. Now that Yi Shiwen had fallen into the violent storm eagles, Ao Shaoqing thought that Yi Shiwen would definitely not have a chance to escape. He still thinks that he's proud of himself. In fact, I've been here for a long time. I already knew about these violent storm eagles, so I released something on his body. It's what the violent storm eagles like the most. However, most people can't feel it, so he doesn't know. As long as he comes into contact with these violent storm eagles. Even if he doesn't go deep, he'll soon be devoured by these violent storm eagles. Yun Keiji said proudly. He had tolerated Yi Shiwen in every possible way. Now he had finally gotten the results. Yi Shiwen was finally going to die. Moreover, he's so daring. He thinks that his strength is outstanding. He actually dared to rush into these crazy violent storm eagles. Moreover, he would die silently. No one would know about it at all. That's right. He's just a newbie, and he dares to fight with us. He's really courting death. Yang Shuping could not help but sneer. Yunchi, did you see that? They look so proud. I'm afraid that this has something to do with them. Mo gonna whispered. What else can we do? He has already rushed in. Are we going to follow him? Mu Yunchi said anxiously. There's nothing we can do. It's his fault for rushing in. He can only pray for himself. There's so many violent storm eagles. We can't kill them all, and we can't save him, Amogana said. Moreover, I'm afraid that there's a great leader who's comparable to a peak immortal level in there. By then, let alone him, we'll have to die too. Just when the people outside had their own thoughts about Yi Shiwen himself did not care at all. You're still too young to use such a trick to deal with me. He had already noticed Yun Keiji's little trick, but he did not expose it because he still needed these violent storm eagles to condense the Tao rune of wind. Naturally, the more the better. However, the killing intent in his heart was even stronger. The Skybreaker sword in his hand danced around his body, forming a sword screen that protected him. Wherever it passed, it would kill everything. Chapter 2383. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen's sword light was extremely sharp as it swept across the sky. Wherever it passed, the violent storm eagles could not even withstand a single blow and were all killed. However, the violent storm eagles were not afraid of death at all. There was something on Yi Shiwen that attracted them, and they were determined to devour him. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care about it. He had the Phoenix regeneration technique to protect his body. He was always recovering to his peak state. There was no such thing as qi exhaustion. Moreover, it was not so easy for these storm eagles to hurt him. As he killed more and more violent storm eagles, Yi Shiwen's understanding of the wind attribute rule continued to improve. Gradually, the word wind was forming in his body, and it was getting clearer and clearer. No, I'm just a little bit away from condensing the word wind. I have to kill a peak immortal level violent storm eagle. Yi Shiwen killed along the way, but he did not see any violent storm eagles that were comparable to peak immortal level. But right now, he really needed this level of wild storm eagles to complete the final transformation from quantitative to qualitative. I can't be entangled by these ordinary violent storm eagles anymore. I have to go deeper. Yi Shiwen immediately erased the skill that Yun Keiji had left on his body. Suddenly, the violent storm eagles that were initially crazy became much quieter. They no longer rushed towards him, and many of them began to rush towards Yun Keiji and the rest who were at the periphery. Although there were still a lot of wild storm eagles, it was much better than before, allowing him to move freely among them. This place had been transformed by these violent storm eagles into a boundless world of wind elements. It was indeed a huge suppression for Yun Keiji and the others. However, it wasn't the case for Yi Shiwen. His understanding of the law of wind was far superior to these violent storm eagles, so he could naturally pass through this place without any hindrance. As he went deeper, he gradually killed more and more violent storm eagles, and the word wind in his body gradually formed. He saw a tempest eagle that was as powerful as a peak stage immortal level. At this moment, outside, Yun Keiji and the others were retreating as they fought. Yun Keiji tore apart a wild storm eagle and devoured its god source. Then he flew to Mu Yunchi's side and said, Yunchi, although your junior brother's strength isn't bad, he's a little too rash. He actually rushed into the midst of these wild storm eagles. You should know that even I don't have the confidence to deal with these wild storm eagles. If he rushed in like that, I'm afraid he's already dead. Probably not. He won't die so easily, Mu Yunqi said with a frown. Although rushing into the wild storm eagles could be said to be very dangerous, but they didn't have any specific information. Who knew whether Yi Shiwen was alive or dead? More importantly, even if she didn't believe in Yi Shiwen's strength, she believed that Yi Shiwen was still sane. It was impossible for him to rush into the wild storm eagles when she couldn't deal with it. Since he had rushed in without any hesitation, it was obvious that he had something to rely on. However, she wasn't very clear about what that something was. Yun Keiji saw that Mu Yunqi wasn't moved at all, so he couldn't help but say, "No matter what, we can't stay here. You should know that we don't have much time. If the 10,000 spell roulette is obtained by someone else in the end, wouldn't our trip be in vain?" Mu Yunqi frowned slightly and was instantly enraged. Yun Keiji clearly meant to leave Yi Shiwen behind, and this was something she couldn't accept. "That's right, Yunqi. This isn't something we can control. He's really too rash." Yang Shuping said, "There's nothing we can do. Although we've lost a god, we still have to protect ourselves, right?" Ao Xiaoqing couldn't help but reveal a proud smile on his face. He originally thought that it would take some effort to get rid of Yi Shiwen. Who knew that Yi Shiwen would be so stupid as to rush in on his own, saving him a lot of trouble. At that time, with the mark left on his body by Yun Keiji, there would only be one outcome for him, and that was to be besieged to death by these violent storm eagles. "Senior sister, promise them that you don't need to worry about me first. I'm very well now, and they're still far from being able to kill me." Mu Yunqi was about to rebuke him angrily when she suddenly received Yi Shiwen's secret sound transmission. She confirmed that she hadn't misheard it. It was actually Yi Shiwen's secret sound transmission. She couldn't imagine how powerful Yi Shiwen was to be able to transmit his secret sound transmission even when the violent storm eagles had disrupted all the laws. Or what kind of means did he have? What kind of backing did he have that gave him the guts to do this? Although she had many doubts in her heart, she was relieved that Yi Shiwen wasn't dead and was very well. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain herself if her master blamed her. Losing such a talented genius of the Hidden Valley was really a big sin. Well, if that's the case, then let's hurry over first. I really can't do anything about his matter. Mu Yunqi opened her mouth and said. Emogana looked at Mu Yunqi and was somewhat stunned. She didn't expect Mu Yunqi to say such words. She was very clear that Mu Yunqi's attitude was very firm just now. How could she change her attitude in such a short time? Could it be he looked at the endless army of violent storm eagles, but ultimately didn't say anything? Yun Keiji and the others were overjoyed when they saw that Mu Yunqi had finally relented. Sure enough, Mu Yunqi was still sensible. It was absolutely impossible for her to fight them to the death just for Yi Shiwen. Moreover, this was the case. How could this junior brother, who had come from nowhere, be mentioned in the same breath as their friendship? As for that Yi Shiwen, he would die among the violent storm eagles. The eyes of Yun Keiji and the others revealed a somewhat sinister look. This also fell into Mu Yunqi's eyes. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart. How could these people know that junior brother Yi was not only fine, but on the contrary he was living very well? However, her heart was also slightly cold. These people were naturally cold-blooded. They were really not good candidates to cooperate with. After this time, there would be no more dealings with them. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know when she would be sold. If that's the case, then let's go quickly. If we don't leave now, the leader of the violent storm eagles will be alarmed. When that happens, we won't be able to escape no matter what. Yun Keiji explained. Everyone agreed one after another. Mu Yunqi took a deep look at the endless flock of violent storm eagles, then also stepped on the escape light and left. At that moment, Yi Shiwen had also killed his way into the center of the violent storm eagles. His entire body seemed to have turned into wind elements. The frequency and amplitude of the vibrations were almost exactly the same as the violent storm eagles. Although he was in human form, the violent storm eagles that were slightly further away did not see him at all, allowing him to kill his way in easily. After entering, Yi Shiwen discovered that these wild storm eagles were different from the other law life forms. They had already formed a very large tribe, and their management was simple and orderly. It was completely different from the frenzied way they appeared to be on the outside. Most importantly, Yi Shiwen saw many space fragments among the flock of violent storm eagles. The space fragments were slowly filled with storm elements, and new violent storm eagles were being bred. Unlike the ordinary birth process of gods, which was extremely difficult, these rule life forms could be born as long as the god source was combined with the rule. There was a space fragment in front of him, and a powerful peak immortal level violent storm eagle was guarding the space fragment. This place was very important to the violent storm eagle tribe, as it represented the future of the violent storm eagle tribe. As long as this place was not lost, there would be an endless supply of violent storm eagles. More importantly, after Yi Shiwen opened the Eye of Redemption, he realized that there was a lot of God Source in the space fragment. These were all prepared for the newly born violent storm eagles. In just one of the spatial fragments, there were a lot of God Source. Ha ha ha, the heavens are on my side. As long as I collect all the God Source in these space fragments, do I have to worry about not having enough God Source to break through? Yi Shiwen was ecstatic in his heart. This was the accumulation of the wild storm eagles for tens of thousands of years. So they were naturally very rich. Most of it had been consumed by them. However, they were still constantly plundering the divine source of other tribes. So they still had a lot of surplus. If he could really succeed, then the God source he needed to break through to advanced immortal level would be sufficient. However, he had to be careful. If he attracted all the violent storm eagles, even a true imperishable level expert would die there. He had to be careful. However, he just had to be a little careful. With his strength, he basically couldn't find many opponents in the immortal realm. He was confident that even if he wasn't the first person under the undead realm, he was actually not far from it. Get lost! Yi Shiwen swung his sword, and in an instant the surrounding violent storm eagles were gone, creating a huge gap between them. He immediately activated the demon's wings, and his entire body turned into a stream of light, charging directly into the space fragment nearby. The closer he was to the space fragment, the more intense the rule of storm was. After being modified by the violent storm eagle tribe for countless years, it was not a place that other life forms could survive. However, it was a pity that Yi Shiwen's understanding of the rule of storm had reached an extremely high level. In such an environment, he was like a fish in water. In an instant, he arrived in front of the powerful peak immortal level violent storm eagle. Chapter 2384. It was a very powerful violent storm eagle. Unlike the other violent storm eagles, its entire body was a noble purplish gold color. The feathers on its body were glowing with a type of rule talisman. This was a very powerful leader of the violent storm eagles. Nobody knew how many powerful opponents it had slaughtered to grow to this stage. However, to Yi Shiwen, it was not so powerful that he could not deal with it. It was much weaker than Ao Shaoqing. Although Ao Shaoqing was no match for Yi Shiwen and was beaten up badly, it did not mean that Ao Shaoqing was weak. On the contrary, it meant that Yi Shiwen was too powerful. If it had been someone else, Ao Shaoqing would not have been so embarrassed even if he was no match for Yi Shiwen. It was difficult to find an opponent for Yi Shiwen among the immortal levels. Almost as soon as Yi Shiwen appeared, the powerful leader of the violent storm eagle reacted immediately. It let out a loud roar that shook the world. The powerful ability that was comparable to peak immortal level erupted all of a sudden, and the space was immediately glassy. The purple leader of the violent storm eagles' claws cut through the sky and grabbed at Yi Shiwen. Whoosh! The void shook violently all of a sudden, just like the surface of the water fluctuating violently. Whoosh! The broken space sword in Yi Shiwen's hand erupted with an astonishing ray of light. That huge claw was split open by Yi Shiwen's sword and exploded. It seemed as if a rain of blood had fallen. Roar! The violent storm eagle leader shrieked and retreated. Its claw was as hard as metal, but it was destroyed by Yi Shiwen's sword on the spot. It was a huge shock to it. It wanted to escape and summon more companions to fight Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen would not give it the chance. The sword gleam flickered in the sky, and it suddenly slashed down, killing the violent storm eagle leader. Uft! The body of the powerful purple storm wild eagle turned into a mass of flesh and blood on the spot. Then it scattered into clumps of principles. Yi Shiwen grabbed it with his palm and absorbed it into his body. The hundreds of divine sources in his body were also swallowed by Yi Shiwen. At that moment, countless wind attribute rules in Yi Shiwen's body were undergoing a shocking transformation. They were condensing into a simple ancient character at a shocking speed. The wind. The principles inside the body of this wild storm eagle's leader were obviously a level higher than the principles inside the body of an ordinary wild storm eagle. In an instant, Yi Shiwen's body began to undergo a qualitative change. It pushed his wind elemental laws to an even higher level. Finally, inside his body, the wind character finally took shape and corresponded with the thunder character from a distance. It was as if two wings had formed inside his body. Boom! A violent force wrapped in the power of the storm rushed out of Yi Shiwen's body and swept in all directions. The storm eagles that rushed over were bombarded to death in an instant. Originally, this place had been created by the storm eagles to become their home field, and every place was filled with the law of storm. However, everything was completely different after Yi Shiwen comprehended the essence of the word wind. It was tantamount to all kinds of strange winds in the world being under his control. This place had also become his home field, which was advantageous to him. He was like a fish in water, and he could unleash 100% of his power. He could even unleash more than 100% of his power. After he killed these wild storm eagles, Yi Shiwen quickly rushed into this space fragment and killed all the wild storm eagles that had just been born and had yet to gain consciousness. He plundered all the God Source in the entire space fragment. He actually obtained tens of thousands of God Source, which was much faster than killing the wild storm eagles outside. Yi Shiwen calculated for a while. If the other space fragments outside had tens of thousands of divine roots, then it would be more than enough to gather 500,000 divine roots. By then, regardless of whether he could succeed or not, he would be able to advance to the late stage of the eternal life realm. His combat power would be comparable to the eternal realm. It was almost a done deal. In that case, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he would not have come in vain this time. Yi Shiwen suddenly realized that a sharp claw had grabbed down at him as soon as he came out of this space fragment. The claw bombarded him, and it was aimed directly at Yi Shiwen's head. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was even more troublesome than the wild storm eagle earlier. However, Yi Shiwen's ability was completely different from before. After condensing the word wind, he was simply a storm manipulator, and his ability was extremely powerful. As soon as he raised his hand, the boundless wind and waves formed a huge hand. It moved like a shadow and directly grabbed the huge claw, directly grabbing the huge figure from the void. Only then did Yi Shiwen realize that it was the leader of a powerful wild storm eagle. The commotion just now must have alarmed it, and it immediately rushed over. There was no difference. There was only a clang sound, and a shocking sword aura appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand. It covered the power of the storm, and it directly slashed at the leader of the wild storm eagle. Bang! The powerful leader of the wild storm eagle was instantly slashed into pieces by Yi Shiwen. At that moment, countless wild storm eagles in the sky began to riot all of a sudden. They were all shocked that two powerful wild storm eagle leaders had been killed, especially some of the more powerful wild storm eagles. Their intelligence was not bad, and it was comparable to that of a human's. At that moment, they suddenly woke up from their deep sleep. These wild storm eagle leaders began to rush to Yi Shiwen's location from all directions. Yi Shiwen took a big stride and turned into a stream of light, rushing into another space fragment. This space fragment was not guarded by the leader of the wild storm eagle as it had been killed by Yi Shiwen earlier. After entering, Yi Shiwen looted wantonly again, and all the god sources were swept clean, and he swallowed them into his body. At that moment, the mysterious space in Yi Shiwen's body continued to operate, and it continuously digested the god sources. It began to prepare to break through to advanced immortal level. It would take some time, but Yi Shiwen could already start now. Initially, he was worried that he would not be able to break through to advanced immortal level, so he did not look like he was going to break through to advanced immortal level. However, now that he had the god sources contributed by the wild storm eagles, he naturally did not lack anything, and he immediately began to break through. "Damn you, human! How dare you kill our people?" These violent storm eagles had already gone crazy. Their eyes were blood red as they rushed towards Yi Shiwen to kill him. "Go! We must kill him and eat his flesh!" The leader of a powerful wild storm eagle roared. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 powerful wild storm eagle leaders had appeared unknowingly. These leaders were obviously one size bigger than the ordinary wild storm eagles, and their abilities were more tyrannical. They were extremely terrifying. These wild storm eagle leaders had a higher cultivation level, and they were more intelligent. They did not just rely on brute force to fight, but they began to learn from the cultivators outside and began to cultivate. They wanted to break away from their fate of relying on the source of God. Once the source of God was exhausted, they would die a horrible death. They could not be compared to the experts outside who had proven their Tao and were equally powerful, but could live forever. In an instant, more than 10 powerful wild storm eagle leaders had already formed a large formation. They could tell that Yi Shiwen's ability was terrifying from the fact that he had killed 2 wild storm eagle leaders with ease. They might not be able to fight Yi Shiwen one-on-one, so they might as well attack together. "Storm Giant!" They roared one after another, and the endless power of the storm began to condense. It swept out and formed a storm wave. In the storm wave, a huge figure appeared out of thin air. It was the storm giant that they had summoned. It was simply the embodiment of the destructive power of the storm, the god of destruction from hell. "Roar!" The storm giant let out a deafening roar, causing the void to collapse. A boundless force spread out in all directions. Swoosh! At that moment, the storm giant suddenly attacked Yi Shiwen. As it punched, the endless power of the storm froze everything. It was as if the sky and earth had collapsed in an instant. What a powerful formation! You animals definitely can't think of such an exquisite formation. I'm afraid it has something to do with the Dharma King. I'm afraid an ordinary peak immortal level powerhouse would not be able to withstand it and would die tragically. Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry. The leader of the Storm Eagles did have some tricks up his sleeves. Such a formation could condense all of their strength into a storm giant. It was equivalent to clenching 5 fingers into a fist and punching people. The power was more than just a little bit stronger. It should be a trick left behind by the Dharma King. To put it bluntly, the Storm Eagles were just the embodiment of the Dharma King's will. But I'm not someone that those people can compare to. A brilliant light suddenly flashed in Yi Shiwen's eyes. Then an inexhaustible power emerged from his body and merged with it. The 3 martial arts embodiments merged with his body in an instant, and his power climbed to its peak in an instant. The terrifying waves surged into the sky, dispersing the clouds in the sky. The storm eagles above his head that could not dodge in time were evaporated in an instant. Such power almost surpassed the limit of peak immortal level. He did not even use half of his power when he fought with Ao Shaoqing. This was Yi Shiwen's hidden power. Now that Mu Yunqi and the rest were not around, he could use his full power without worrying about others finding out. At that moment, the storm giant's fist had already blasted in front of him. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the fist stopped in midair as if there was an extra wall in front of Yi Shiwen. Chapter 2385. The fist that was the size of a huge millstone landed a meter in front of Yi Shiwen. It was as if it was blocked by a wall and could not move forward anymore. However, if one were to look closely, they would realize that the arm of the storm giant had been entangled with endless storm chains. The talisman chains formed by the rule of storm had completely entangled its arm. It was fighting against the rule, so it was naturally impossible for it to move. They could only see the terrifying power entangling its arm. Explode! Yi Shiwen shouted, and the chain began to tighten rapidly. The arm of the storm giant shattered on the spot and turned into energy all over the sky. It actually exploded on the spot. How is this possible? Even the leader of the Storm Eagles was completely shocked. He was almost scared to death and could not believe it. One must know that the Storm Giant was a formation that had completely condensed everyone's power. It was equivalent to the power of more than 10 peak immortal level powerhouses in one go. How terrifying was that? In their opinion, even a true eternal stage powerhouse would have to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack. However, Yi Shiwen had completely withstood it all at once. What kind of terrifying power was this? What kind of power was this? They instantly widened their eyes in an instant. At that moment, they clearly felt that, in the sky, the storm energy that was originally like a fish in the water seemed to have suddenly gone out of their control. It was out of their control as if it had gone off target. At the same time, they felt that even breathing had become difficult, as if someone was controlling the flow of the storm. Bursts of light erupted from their bodies, wanting to fight against that control. They looked at Yi Shiwen one after another. At that moment, only Yi Shiwen was their enemy. Therefore, only Yi Shiwen could cause such a situation. They could not believe it at all. They were the elves of the storm, the beloved children of the storm. They were the strong elves of the strong wind that inherited the rule of the wind attribute. They had never encountered such a situation before. They had always been the ones who made others helpless and could not even breathe. However, no one could make them feel so deeply how difficult it was to control the power of the storm. How did he do it? The leader of the wild storm eagles looked at this scene in disbelief. They weren't stupid, so they couldn't imagine that even gods who majored in one type of rule in the outside world wouldn't have much of an advantage when facing wind elves like them. At most, they could only fight to a draw, let alone gain complete control. Furthermore, he was able to suppress more than a dozen powerful beings on his side. That's right, all of this was done by Yi Shiwen. In his body, the wind character was constantly emitting bursts of energy rays. This ancient character not only represented that his understanding of the wind attribute law had reached an unprecedented level, but it was also a kind of magical power and means. With the help of the word wind, this place immediately turned from the home ground of the storm berserk eagle to his home ground. Next, I will show you my true strength. Yi Shiwen laughed and said, the strength that he had reserved for so many days completely broke out, and didn't stop in the slightest. Human Dao Fist! He blasted out a huge human Dao world with a punch. It quickly condensed in his hand and formed a huge world on the spot, suppressing the huge storm giant. The storm giant continued to struggle and resist, wanting to resist, but there was no way. This kind of life form condensed from the pure power of the law would become abnormally fragile when the law was not looking after it. It was much more fragile than other life forms. Bang! Yi Shiwen blasted half of the storm giant's head with a punch. The storm giant continued to roar, but it couldn't do anything. Yi Shiwen's next wave of attack followed like a shadow, directly bombarding it. Sky-flipping seal. A huge seal, which seemed to be able to reverse the world, blasted the body of the storm giant with that kind of terrifying power. Bang! The storm giant was smashed away. God knew how many wild storm eagles were smashed to death by its huge body, and the world shook. The leaders of the wild storm eagles who had arranged the formation were also sent flying at this time. They weren't a match for the storm giant at all, and the entire body, condensed from the law, showed signs of collapsing. How is this possible? How can the gods outside be so powerful? They roared in disbelief. Their tribe had been established for countless years. In these countless years, there were many people who wanted to visit the tomb of the Dharma King, so they had also seen many. Although they had never gone out, they knew a lot from the memories of the slain gods. They also had a very good understanding of the outside world, but they had never heard of anyone who could be so strong. He was actually not even in the eternal realm. Such a person was probably an unprecedented powerhouse in the outside world. At this time, they already had the intention to retreat. They could already feel Yi Shiwen's tyrannical fighting strength, and they were completely stunned. They commanded the wild storm eagles to chase after Yi Shiwen, wanting to fight for a way out for them. These pieces of trash want to stop me. Yi Shiwen sneered, and the sky-splitting sword in his hand suddenly flew out, continuously spitting out sword light in midair, nailing the rushing wild storm eagles in the air on the spot, and they couldn't get close to him at all. Yi Shiwen himself also rushed over. His hands turned into the sky-flipping seal and blasted towards the storm giant. Rumble! A series of attacks. Yi Shiwen used all his means, and the storm giant was beaten to the point where it couldn't fight back at all, and its entire body completely collapsed. All of it turned into the power of the storm that filled the sky. Puff! 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 The wild storm eagles were simultaneously struck by a powerful rebounding force. After the formation was broken, the rebounding force from the rebounding force immediately affected their bodies, causing them to spit out blood. However, what they spat out was not blood, but a type of essence, the most essential part of their bodies. Run! At this time, they finally realized that Yi Shiwen was not so easy to deal with, and they all turned around and fled. Animal path. Yi Shiwen blasted out the animal path with a punch, and the mighty army of ferocious beasts and divine beasts surrounded everything, crushing their attempts to escape. They were completely annihilated under the wind of Yi Shiwen's fist, and turned into masses of rules that were absorbed by Yi Shiwen. Naturally, the divine source in their bodies also belonged to Yi Shiwen. Without the obstruction of these leading wild storm eagles, the rest of Yi Shiwen's operation was much smoother, and he directly collected all the divine source in the space fragments. The wild storm eagles couldn't affect him at all, and it was very difficult for them to even get close to him. He obtained a total of 650,000 divine source, which was much more than he had expected. 650,000 divine source was enough for him to push his cultivation to the level of advanced immortal level. And as long as he was given time, it was even possible for him to push it to the peak of advanced immortal level. This was his biggest advantage. It was not that his combat power was stronger than others, but that he had that mysterious space. As long as he had enough divine source, he could push his cultivation to an extremely high level in a much shorter time than others. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible for them to do this. Besides the 650,000 divine roots, there were many other treasures. Most of them belonged to the God-class experts who had barged in and ended up being killed. Although their divine artifacts were all broken divine artifacts, and they were only low-grade divine artifacts, they were still worth a lot of money if they were to be sold outside. Yi Shiwen didn't refuse any of these. He collected all of them into the heavenly source mirror. These were all broken divine tools. However, the materials used to forge them were very rare. They were rare divine materials. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to become divine tools that could withstand the laws of the gods. He smelted all of them, and then swallowed them by the heavenly source mirror. He wanted to push the heavenly source mirror to the level of a middle-grade divine tool. Then he would have one more trump card to contend against Ao Chaozong. Although the 10,000 method roulette was good, it was still a problem whether he could get it. Moreover, no matter how good it was not as good as the Tianyuan mirror. This was his life weapon, and the more powerful the Tianyuan mirror was, the more it could improve his strength. Yi Shiwen originally planned to push his cultivation to the advanced immortal level before he went, but he calculated the time, and he was afraid that everyone had already arrived. He was already late, and if he waited until his cultivation reached the advanced immortal level before he went, it would be too late. However, he was not in a hurry, and all of these divine source were stored in his body. He could immediately feel that countless energy was circulating in his body, and after he had enough energy, the mysterious space was also operating in full force. With 650,000 divine source, it was enough for him to comprehend and break through at the same time. By then, once he broke through, he would be comparable to the super masters in the early stage of the imperishable level, and he would not have to climb up from the bottom first. As long as he comprehended it, it would be a piece of cake. After these arrangements were made, Yi Shiwen finally rushed out of the nest of these violent storm eagles after he was done with his cultivation. At this time, these violent storm eagles were completely in a mess. Since the leader of the violent storm eagles had died in Yi Shiwen's hands, they were now in a state of chaos, like a group of dragons without a leader. Compared to when he had rushed in, it was many times easier. He easily broke out of the violent storm eagle's nest, and his body turned into a graceful swan, sweeping across the sky and rushing towards the deepest part of the Dharma King's tomb. Chapter 2386. Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast, especially after condensing the word wind and thunder. His speed had undergone a qualitative transformation. Compared to before, he was much faster. Although it took him a lot of time, he was still able to catch up with Mu Yunqi by following the tracks he left behind. After flying for a day and a night, he finally caught up with Mu Yunqi and the others. When Yi Shiwen was flying, his movements were not small, so he quickly attracted their attention. Yi Shiwen, it's you? You're not dead yet, ha ha ha. Yun Keiji laughed and said, Yi Shiwen, run. At this time, Mu Yunqi directly said with an anxious expression. Mo gonna also had an anxious look on her face. Yi Shiwen felt a little strange. How did things turn out like this? Yi Shiwen, today is the day you die. If not for you, we would not have ended up like this. Today, I will drag you down with me. Yun Keiji said with a distorted expression. Kill him, I must kill him. Yang Shuping kept roaring, as if he was suppressing his anger and was about to explode in the air. Yi Shiwen, no one in the world can save you. Ao Shaoqing's face was also full of anger. Mu Yunqi, Mo Gunna, do you want to die? Do you still want to help him? Aksu opened his green mouth and spat out flames from hell. At this time, Mu Yunqi and Mo Gunna were also at a loss, not knowing what to do. Senior sister, what the hell is going on? Yi Shiwen asked. Mu Yunqi said, Junior brother, not long after we left, our group encountered the withered devil ancestor. That old bastard is cruel and bloodthirsty. He ambushed us and wiped us out in an instant. We were captured by him, and now he has poisoned our bodies. This kind of poison is very difficult to deal with. Not only do we have to listen to him, but most importantly, we can't go more than 100,000 miles away from him. Otherwise, he will explode on the spot. There is no cure, Yun Keiji said with a pale face. If not for you, I would not have chosen this path, and would not have met that old guy. Thinking that he had been poisoned and had become someone else's puppet, he was so depressed that he wanted to die. And all of this was caused by Yi Shiwen, although he wanted to harm Yi Shiwen. So he led the way to this road. He naturally wouldn't feel that he was in the wrong. All of this was caused by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's face was dignified, although he had never heard of the name of the withered demon ancestor. These were the peak masters of the immortal realm. Unless they encountered an existence like Yi Shiwen, who was one in 10,000, otherwise ordinary masters of the peak of the immortal realm would also run away when they encountered them. Then there was only one possibility, an imperishable realm expert. If this was really the case, then things would become troublesome. According to what Mu Yunqi had said, he couldn't be more than 100,000 miles away from the withered demon ancestor. In other words, the withered demon ancestor should be within 100,000 miles of them. For mortals, 100,000 miles was like a natural moat. However, for gods, it was just a matter of a thought. Although it was not as easy to teleport here as it was outside. With the flying speed of an imperishable realm expert, it would not take long. Yun Keiji and the others' faces were abnormally ugly, and they all stared at Yi Shiwen. Does this withered demon ancestor not know your identity? Yi Shiwen looked at Mu Yunqi and said, although these people were only at the peak of a mortal level, none of them were ordinary people. As far as he knew, Mu Yunqi was from the Hidden Valley, which was a sect that was crowned as a king. How powerful was it? Ao Shaoqing was from the Dragon Island, which was a veteran organization. In this world, who dared to ignore the anger of the Dragon Island. Not only did he kill them, but he also controlled them and turned them into puppets. Once the various forces found out about this, it would not be as simple as just being furious. He was afraid that they would chase him to the ends of the earth. Mu Yunqi smiled bitterly and said, "This withered demon ancestor is a traitor of the demon race. In the past tens of thousands of years, he has done countless things that angered the heavens and people. The major forces have long hated him to the core, so he doesn't care." Yi Shiwen could not help but be stunned. He did not expect this withered demon ancestor to have such an identity. If this was the case, there was indeed no scruples in doing things. If it were him, he would not have any scruples either. All these years, withered demon ancestor has been wandering in the depths of the god burial star ocean. Even the major forces have not found any traces of him. We also did not expect that we would be ambushed by him here. Otherwise, even if we were no match for him, we would not have fallen to the point of being annihilated. Mu Yunqi said. His eyes were filled with despair. Being controlled by someone, their future was simply too horrible to look at. Moreover, this kind of parasite will only worsen. We can still move freely now, but in a few more years, I'm afraid we'll become puppets without any consciousness. At that time, we'll just be walking corpses at the mercy of others. Even Yi Shiwen could not help but be surprised when he heard this. When one cultivated to the realm of gods, he was invincible and could not be touched by thousands of tribulations. Ordinary poisonous insects could not have the slightest effect on them. How could this kind of poison be so powerful? Yes, and it is all your fault that we have become like this. Yi Shiwen, don't even think about leaving. I have already informed withered demon ancestor. He will come soon. You are dead. Yun Keiji's face was somewhat crazed. He no longer had the confidence he had when he was fighting against Yi Shiwen. His face was filled with defeat. Even if we die, you will die with us. Ao Shaoqing roared angrily. His face was distorted and sinister like a ferocious beast. Boom! Yun Keiji was the first to attack. Boundless divine power flooded out, and the cloud-colored aura expanded endlessly. It was so majestic that even the sky trembled. Sky-splitting cloud miasma fist. With a loud roar, endless clouds blasted out from his fist, forming a majestic world of clouds. A boundless white world descended. This was a very high-level fist technique. It was very impressive. Yi Shiwen, be careful. Yun Keiji's original body is from the spirit race. He was born from a cloud. This is the technique of his original body. Mu Yunqi could not help but warn him. Smelly whore, you still dare to stand on his side. If it were not for you, we would not have ended up like this. When withered demon ancestor arrives, see how I will deal with you. Yun Keiji was instantly enraged. Humph, you still want to wait for withered demon ancestor? I don't think you can wait that long. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. All the power in his body surged out, and a thunderous sound came from his body. His blood surged like a raging wave. 3 incarnations directly entered his body, and his strength rose to its peak. This time, he would not be merciful. Moreover, he did not have that much time. That withered demon ancestor could appear at any time, so there was not much time left for them. Yi Shiwen shouted coldly and also blasted out a fist. It was the human path fist. An incomparably huge human path world was filled with voices. It was a sea of people, and the aura of the mortal world surged out, shattering everything. It collided with this world of clouds. Yi Shiwen's human path world directly smashed the white cloud world. It was not a match for him at all. This again, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yun Keiji was both shocked and enraged. At this moment, he recalled the legend of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. According to the legends, this was the fist technique that the Azura demon lord was most proficient in. By relying on this fist technique, he was invincible throughout the world. It was a peerless cultivation technique. However, although the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was widespread, in reality, the number of people who were able to truly cultivate a complete fist technique was extremely few. Where did this guy learn it? Yi Shiwen was about to chase after him. At this time, Ao, Shaoqing, Oxu, and Yang Shuping attacked one after another. One could imagine how powerful the 3 experts at the peak of the immortal level were. The martial arts torrent that blasted out almost destroyed half of the sky. How dare you? I haven't even dealt with you, and you dare to interfere. Yi Shiwen sneered and blasted out a fist. Animal path. Dragons, phoenixes, cheelants, white tigers, and countless other ferocious beasts rushed out. They opened their mouths and swallowed the martial arts torrent. His aura was like a prison, shocking everything. No attack, no group attack was a match for him. Everything was completely broken. Oh no, how can he be so powerful? Suddenly, Ao, Shaoqing, and the other 2 felt a powerful force, almost penetrating everything and blasting into their bodies. The divine light on their bodies shattered. In a panic, all their attacks were completely broken by Yi Shiwen. They were not a match for him at all. They did not even have time to prepare, and they were almost blasted away. This guy is ferocious. We have to work together. Otherwise, he will definitely break us one by one. Yun Keiji roared. Then Yun Keiji looked at Mu Yunchi and Oxu and roared, "Do you want to die? If the elder finds out what you have done, you are dead." Obviously, he felt that his side was so weak and wanted to drag Mu Yunchi down. Yi Shiwen did not continue to chase after them. Instead, he came to Mu Yunchi's side and asked, "Senior sister, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Yun Keiji. I have thought about it. Even if I die, it is much better than becoming a plaything of the elder Ku Mo. After being poisoned by this kind of insect poison, sooner or later, I will become a walking corpse and be played by others. I will even become his weapon to fight for him. I would rather fight to the death." Mu Yunchi took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, being able to cultivate to the Tao validation stage as a woman, how could she lack courage? Chapter 2387. However, no one would want to die if they could live. It was just that she had no other choice now. It was not that she would be fine if she did not choose. She was forced into a dead end. Seeing Yi Shiwen had inspired her courage. "Yunchi, you're right. Instead of becoming the patriarch's plaything, it's better to fight. Even if we die, is there a worse ending than this?" Mo Gunna's confidence was strengthened. "I'll fight to the death. I have nothing else to ask for." All right. Since you want to die with Yi Shiwen, I won't stop you." Yun Keiji was furious. Yi Shiwen was already difficult to deal with. Now that Mu Yunchi and Mo Gunna were standing on the opposite side, it was even more troublesome. Brother Yi, help us hold 2 of them back first. Once we've dealt with our opponents, we'll join forces with you, Mu Yunqi said. This was the safest way she could think of. She believed that Yi Shiwen's ability was more than enough to hold 2 of them back. Don't worry, senior sister. I alone am enough to deal with these useless people, Yi Shiwen said calmly. He did not care about these people. Mu Yunqi and Mo Gunnis' eyes widened as they looked at Yi Shiwen. They could not react for a moment. He could fight 4 of them alone? It was simply unimaginable. One must know that Yi Shiwen had fought Ao Shaoqing, who was at peak immortal level, to the point that he could not fight back when he was only at intermediate immortal level. To them, it was already bizarre enough. They did not expect it to be even more bizarre now. Senior sister, since you're on my side today, I'll give you some riches. These people are elites, and they're all gods. They should have a lot of riches with them. Humph. Yi Shiwen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had just obtained more than 600,000 god source and many damaged god weapons. Yi Shiwen's pockets were full, so he naturally did not care much. Ha ha ha, Yi Shiwen, I think you're crazy. Yun Keiji laughed out loud. The air was shaking. Yi Shiwen, you're too arrogant. Ao Shaoqing calmed himself down, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. He was furious. Although Yi Shiwen had displayed unparalleled strength just now, he didn't believe that Yi Shiwen could defeat all 4 of them by himself. Humph, I'm just dealing with trash. What's there to be arrogant about? Do you think you're worthy of going against me? Yun Keiji, I've already discovered your previous prohibition spell. Did you think that I wouldn't discover it? Yi Shiwen sneered and said he had just plundered over 600,000 divine roots from the wild storm eagle. Now he was constantly digesting them. At the same time, he was improving crazily. He was improving every minute and every second, and he was also improving rapidly. It was not something that they could compare to. What? Yun Keiji was shocked. No wonder they could see Yi Shiwen again. According to his original plan, Yi Shiwen should have died in the wild storm eagles. However, Yi Shiwen had escaped. It turned out that the prohibition spell had been discovered, and it had failed in the end. However, they had never imagined that Yi Shiwen had not only escaped from the flock of wild storm eagles, but he had also started a massacre in the flock of wild storm eagles. He had beheaded all the leaders of the wild storm eagles and had emptied the wild storm eagles' countless years of savings. So what if that's the case? You're going to die with us today. Yun Keiji's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His body shook and he took a step forward. Clouds filled the sky and surged up like monstrous waves. Clouds were fleeting and traceless. However, at this moment, in Yun Keiji's hands, a shocking power erupted. You're courting death. You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Yi Shiwen's expression was indifferent. He had already reached a shocking level. His understanding of the heavenly way was far beyond what others could imagine. It could be said that he was almost invincible among the immortal level. Break for me. A powerful golden light shone from his hands, and the judgment divine claw was torn apart. These attacks could not hurt Yi Shiwen at all. These clouds were torn apart by Yi Shiwen, and they turned into light that filled the sky. A rain of light swirled. Yi Shiwen's next wave of attacks arrived in an instant. Human Dao Fist, suppress for me. Yi Shiwen punched out a world, and it pressed down on Yun Keiji. Bang! Yun Keiji was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and it turned into a cloud of brilliance that filled the sky. Go, let's go together. I don't believe that we can't defeat him even if the 4 of us join forces. Ao Shaoqing roared. He had been forced into a corner by Yi Shiwen. He's not at the eternal stage. We can definitely defeat him. Don't be scared by him. Yang Shuping also burned the divine power in his body. At this moment, the pressure that Yi Shiwen gave them was too great. Arcas had no intention of defeating Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was really too powerful. He was so powerful that a quantitative change could lead to a qualitative change. People of their level could not defeat him. Yi Shiwen, we can't let the four of them join forces. Emogana and I will each hold one of them off. You should get rid of the other two as soon as possible. Mu Yunqi, who was at the side, quickly said in shock. Yi Shiwen had defeated the three of them just now, but in their opinion Yi Shiwen might not be able to defeat four peak immortal levels who joined forces. However, before they could attack, Yi Shiwen had already attacked again. In his body, the three clones erupted with shocking power. They all turned into supreme power and rushed into every corner of his body. It was as if they were going to materialize. There's no need for you to attack. I alone am enough to deal with these useless people. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He also blasted his fist down. The fist energy twisted into a boundless storm. In an instant, the space shattered and turned into glass. Then the fist energy broke through and instantly blasted in front of the four of them without any difference. The four of them were even more shocked. Yi Shiwen's strength was tyrannical, but his control of strength was not weak at all. This kind of method made them tremble with fear. Arcas, who was at the forefront, was sent flying on the spot. The hellfire that protected his body was not just a kind of flame. Similarly, these flames had been sacrificed into a powerful magic tool to protect his body. At the same time, it could be spread out in an instant and burn all opponents to death. It could be said to be a very powerful magic tool. However, at this time in front of Yi Shiwen, it was useless at all. It exploded on the spot. His whole body was seriously injured by the powerful power of the explosion. His body, which was composed of countless stones, was directly shattered and turned into countless fragments. Killed with one punch. Yi Shiwen's power was so great that it was completely beyond everyone's expectations. On the other side, Yang Shuping was also directly hit. The magic tool on his body could not withstand Yi Shiwen's fist at all. No one knew how terrifying the burning power of the three incarnations was. Yi Shiwen's strength itself was far beyond theirs. Not to mention, the strength of the three incarnations was equal to Yi Shiwen's strength. It was equivalent to them being four people. However, Yi Shiwen was also four people. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, compared to them joining forces, Yi Shiwen was the one who had truly integrated the power of four people into one. Yang Shuping's body directly collapsed. Blood splattered and dyed the blue sky red. Another god was killed. At this time, Ao Shaoqing was even more miserable. His Dragon Emperor's bell had completely manifested, but it could not withstand the powerful attack of Yi Shiwen's 4-in-1 attack. It was completely shattered by one punch and exploded in the air. He himself was also sent flying. He could only survive because of the defense power of the Dragon Emperor's bell. However, even so, the Dragon Emperor's bell that he had spent countless days and nights to refine was completely shattered at this moment. It could be said that it was a heavy loss. Ao Shaoqing directly turned into a ball of golden light. He was actually forced to reveal his dragon tribe's body. He suddenly used the dragon tribe's brilliant body technique and flew thousands of miles in an instant. However, how could he be faster than Yi Shiwen? He took a big stride and chased after him. The sky-flipping seal smashed down. Bang! Ao Shaoqing's powerful dragon tribe body directly turned into a ball of blood mist. He only had time to scream before he died tragically. I can't accept this. His voice was still echoing, but it could not reverse his defeat at all. In an instant, 3 experts at the peak of the mortal level were directly killed by him. They exploded in the air. Mu Yunqi and Mo Guna were completely shocked. They had thought that Yi Shiwen might be very strong, or even completely stronger than them. However, they had never imagined that he could be so tyrannical. Not only did he kill them with a single punch, but even their divine tools were also destroyed. Yi Shiwen's body was probably comparable to a middle-grade divine tool. How could a normal human's body be so strong to such an extent? Yun Keiji retreated continuously, trying to avoid Yi Shiwen's attack. He was almost scared to death. He did not expect Yi Shiwen to be so terrifying. He really killed 3 experts at the peak of the immortal level with one punch. Why did he feel that he had become even more terrifying than before? His intuition was right. Yi Shiwen had indeed become stronger, and it was not just a little bit. He had condensed 2 ancient characters in a row. Compared to the time when he was fighting with Ao Shaoqing, his strength was more than just a little bit stronger. Under the amplification of the martial arts incarnation, his combat strength had expanded to an extremely shocking level. However, he saw that after Yi Shiwen had dealt with the 3 troublesome people, he suddenly flew in front of him, almost in an instant. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, Yi Shiwen blasted a punch in front of him. Bang! Yun Keiji was blasted away again. He was already severely injured. How could he withstand the power of Yi Shiwen's punch? His body exploded in the air. Chapter 2388. Killing 4 people in a row. Emoguna's eyes widened as she said in disbelief, "I've been practicing for tens of thousands of years, and I've seen countless geniuses. Many of them are powerful. How can there be such a monster?" She obviously couldn't accept how Yi Shiwen could be so powerful. If he was at the peak of the immortal level, she might be able to accept it. But Yi Shiwen was only at the middle stage of the immortal level. It was unimaginable that he could do this. "Senior sister, I killed these people and left some divine objects. You should take them away quickly." Yi Shiwen looked at them and said, "At this time, there were many divine objects moving up and down in the pool of blood. They were originally kept in their bodies, but now they had all burst out." "Junior brother, we can't use these," Mu Yunqi said. "We are all poisoned by ancestor Kuemo. We can't leave his range of 100,000 miles. Moreover, he can sense our position any time and anywhere. Now, he must be able to sense the death of Ao Shaoqing and the others. I'm afraid he won't let us go. Anyway, we'll die sooner or later. I've decided to stay and fight with him, even if we die in the end. It's much better than being half dead like this." "Yes, Yi Shiwen, you should take these away." Emogana said, "The 2 of us are fated to die. These things will be taken away by forefather Ku Emo, even if we leave them here. There is no meaning to it. Take them all with you. When you enter the imperishable realm one day, you must take revenge for us." Emoguna's expression was extremely serious, and her eyes were gray. For her, life might end today. Yi Shiwen listened and realized that this was what they were worried about. "Senior sister, if that's the case, you don't have to worry," Yi Shiwen said calmly, "although I don't know how powerful this goo poison is, and I may not have the means to eradicate it, but I can seal it and isolate all connections with it. In that case, even if this Ku-Emo ancestor is powerful, he won't be able to affect you." Yi Shiwen's words made both of their eyes lit up. Who would want to die if they could survive? Although Ku-Emo ancestor was powerful, it wasn't impossible for him to survive, especially Mu Yunqi, who came from the Hidden Valley. There were countless experts in the Hidden Valley, including king-level experts. One could imagine how many experts there were in the Hidden Valley. However, because of the withered demon ancestor, they couldn't go more than 100,000 miles away from the withered demon ancestor, and they couldn't even call for help. More importantly, as time passed, their consciousness would be devoured by the goo insects, and they would become walking corpses and puppets. That was why Ku-Emo ancestor was so relieved to leave them here. He thought that they wouldn't be able to escape, but who knew that they would encounter such a freak like Yi Shiwen? "Junior brother Yi, do you really have a way?" Mu Yunqi said in a pleasantly surprised voice. She grabbed Yi Shiwen's sleeve, and her tightly clenched little hand showed how excited she was right now. It was as if a drowning person had suddenly found a life-saving straw. In the abyss of despair, a ray of sunshine had suddenly appeared. "Well, there shouldn't be a problem." Yi Shiwen said, "We don't have much time now. We can't continue to delay. the withered demon ancestor, should be arriving soon. "Well, hurry up," Amogana said. "If I can escape from this disaster today, I will definitely remember today's kindness, and if there is anything you want me to do in the future, I won't dare to disobey." Yi Shiwen nodded, and first looked for Mu Yunqi, and probed her with his divine sense. Sure enough, there was a dark place in Mu Yunqi's dantian, and in this endless darkness, there seemed to be a ferocious beast roaring and entrenched in it, and it looked very terrifying. This darkness was still constantly spreading, and because Mu Yunqi had opened up everything to him, Yi Shiwen could see everything clearly. "Let me try first." The word seal emerged from Yi Shiwen's body and directly blasted into Mu Yunqi's body, forming a monstrous big net, and fell down towards the darkness. Ah! At this moment, Mu Yunqi's little face was flushed red, and Yi Shiwen's energy poured into her body, giving her a kind of numb and itchy feeling, and she couldn't help but moan. After moaning, her face became even redder, and she quickly and carefully glanced at Yi Shiwen, only to find that he was treating her seriously, and only then did she feel a little relieved, and at least she didn't embarrass herself too much. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was indeed using all his strength to suppress the goo poison in her body. The goo poison in Mu Yunqi's body occupied the darkest place, and at this moment, the spiritual power that Yi Shiwen poured into Mu Yunqi's body directly condensed into a human form in the vast and boundless space inside her body. After becoming a god, the domain that they originally formed would open up a part of the world inside their body, and when they cultivated to the level of the divine master of the sage realm, this part of the world would become a divine kingdom, and that would be a complete world. At this moment, this darkness had already occupied a large part of Mu Yunqi's body, and this had only happened in a short time of slightly more than a day. If this continued, perhaps in less than 8 to 10 days, this darkness would completely occupy the world inside Mu Yunqi's body, and in the end it would really become a situation where there was no way to get rid of it. And when that time came, it would really be a dead end. No wonder Mu Yunqi and the others were so desperate. This goo poison was spreading too fast. There was no way to stop it at all. This was a trap set up by a master of the eternal realm, and it involved a very sinister method like the goo poison. Yi Shiwen, who didn't have much knowledge about this goo poison, had no way to eradicate it, and could only seal this place first. This would stop the goo poison from continuing to absorb the spiritual power in Mu Yunqi's body to grow, and when they returned to the Hidden Valley, there would naturally be experts who would help Mu Yunqi eliminate this goo poison. Roar! Yi Shiwen heard a huge roar of a fierce beast, and in the darkness below, a burst of fierce beast's roar transmitted over. "Beast, you still want to commit evil?" Yi Shiwen shouted coldly, and a seal word appeared in his hand, and this seal word formed an incomparably huge heavenly net and shrouded on the spot. Roar! There was another loud roar, and a huge claw grabbed towards the seal word, and it was very terrifying. The entire seal word actually shook, and this was a very terrifying power. If it was Yi Shiwen's body, then needless to say, it would only be a matter of minutes to kill this goo. But now it was just a little bit of spiritual power incarnation, and this goo poison had already merged with Mu Yunqi, so he simply couldn't act recklessly and had to be very careful. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen continued to drop the heavenly net, but this goo still wanted to struggle and still wanted to rush out. However, the power of this seal word was very terrifying, and so far it was still one of the most powerful ancient words that Yi Shiwen had mastered. It could be said that his understanding of the seal word had reached the pinnacle. Slowly, Yi Shiwen finally completely sealed this dark place, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because it was inside Mu Yunqi's body, so he had to be very careful. Otherwise, with his character, there would be no need to be so careful, and he could directly suppress it on the spot. At this time, he withdrew his divine sense from Mu Yunqi's body and looked up. Mu Yunqi's small face was red, and her crystal clear face was already covered with a red flush, and she looked at Yi Shiwen with a rather strange expression. However, he didn't think too much and said, "Senior sister, now that I have sealed this goo, I don't have the ability to eradicate this goo, but just sealing it is enough, and when the time comes, senior sister can go back and find the master to remove this goo. My understanding of this kind of method is really very limited." His understanding of goo was naturally not as shallow as he said, but that was under normal circumstances. This Kuamo ancestor was obviously a master of goo, and showing off in front of him was tantamount to showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert. It's done." Mu Yunqi still hadn't reacted, and seemed to be still immersed in the feeling just now, and then her face turned red with joy. This kind of feeling for her was like escaping from death, originally thought that she was dead, and even planned to perish together with Kuemo ancestor, but Yi Shiwen finally gave her such a surprise. She saw dense fine sweat on Yi Shiwen's forehead, and obviously the seal just now was also very exhausting for him, although it was only for a moment, and it evaporated, but she still saw it with her own eyes. It really worked. That's great. Mo gonna said in surprise, "Really can live, who wants to die?" Her determination to face death just now completely vanished in an instant. "Well, that's right. Now I will seal this goo for you." Yi Shiwen nodded and said, with Mu Yunqi's experience, when Yi Shiwen wanted to seal the goo in Mo Gunna's body again, it was much easier, and it could even be said to be as easy as flipping his hand. Soon, he had already sealed the goo in Mo Gunna's body. Seeing that she really couldn't feel the goo in her body, Mo Gunna really believed that the goo in her body was indeed sealed. Tears appeared in her eyes. Although it was only for a moment, it was difficult to hide her excitement. "All right, let's divide these divine items and leave immediately," Yi Shiwen said, and he quickly divided the divine items into 3 equal parts, one for each person, but both of them refused to take it and insisted that Yi Shiwen take more. After all, they didn't do anything, and it was already inappropriate for them to divide it. In the end, Yi Shiwen took half of it, and in the end he was distributed 200,000 divine source and many divine items. Mo Gunna and Mu Yunqi each received 100,000 divine source. It was considered a sudden windfall. One must know that this was equivalent to the entire wealth of a master at the peak of the immortality realm. Just as they were about to leave, the situation suddenly changed. Chapter 2389. Just as they were about to leave, the situation suddenly changed. "Who is it? How dare you kill my puppet?" An angry roar pierced through the void. Suddenly, a strange whining sound rang out in the world. It was a very terrifying sound in an instant. Demonic wind blew and covered everything in an instant. A terrifying demonic power swept down and suppressed them. Yi Shiwen and the other two's expressions suddenly changed. Even though they were far away, they could still feel that this boundless and terrifying demonic power contained a kind of energy that could destroy heaven and earth. An eternal realm master. Yi Shiwen's complexion suddenly changed. He immediately guessed that this person was probably already a master of eternal realm. That kind of terrifying power was completely crushing. Even the current him couldn't possibly be this power's opponent. Although he had the ability to defeat a peak immortal level, there was still a huge gap between him and an indestructible level. This was the power of an indestructible level expert. Otherwise, Mu Yunqi and the rest would not have been defeated by the ancestor of the withered demon. Kuemo ancestor. It's Kuemo ancestor. Yi Shiwen, run. At this moment, Mu Yunqi was the first to react. She was too familiar with this demonic power. It was this terrifying demonic power that almost ended her life here and destroyed her life. Run. That was all Imogen could say. There was a look of fear in her eyes. The scene of Ku-Emo ancestor defeating all 6 of them and forcing them to swallow the venomous insect suddenly appeared in her mind. Her eyes were filled with incomparable horror, just like the despair that Yun Keiji and the others felt when facing Yi Shiwen. Her eyes now also showed the same kind of emotion. He was Ku-Emo ancestor. Yi Shiwen only had time to think of this in his mind. Suddenly, in the sky, a skinny demonic claw fell from the sky, tearing the space apart. It actually launched a shocking attack towards them from a distance. This was the strength of an Eternal Realm Master. In this place where the law was severely suppressed, the Eternal Realm Master had lost the terrifying ability to attack from thousands of miles away. Even long-range attacks were impossible. Only imperishable realm experts who could slightly comprehend the laws of this place could launch a terrifying attack like the Big Hole. Damn it, it's too late. We can't retreat. We can only fight with him. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and said, it was simply too late. He couldn't wait any longer. Human Dao Fist! He punched out, and the endless power of the mortal world rushed out from the gaps of his fingers, forming a world of the human path, and blasted towards the demonic claw. Bang! There was a loud sound of metal colliding, and then the void collapsed violently. Everything was shattered into pieces in an instant. Pooh! A figure flew out like a kite with a broken string. That person was none other than Yi Shiwen. He spurted out a mouthful of golden blood and sprinkled it in the blue sky. Yi Shiwen, junior brother Yi, Mu Yunqi, and Yi Shiwen quickly flew up and looked at Yi Shiwen nervously. Yi Shiwen flew in the void for hundreds of miles in a row, and only then did he manage to pour out all the power. But from the beginning, the place he passed was like a painting, torn by a monstrous force, and a huge crack appeared. It was pitch black, and countless chaotic energies poured out, looking extremely terrifying. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth, and the Phoenix regeneration technique was also constantly running in his body. He only felt dizzy in front of his eyes. He kept gasping for breath. The claw just now almost killed him. He finally felt how terrifying the angry attack of Ancestor Kuemo was. Yi Shiwen, are you okay? Mu Yunqi quickly said with concern. She only saw Yi Shiwen being blasted away just now, and she thought he was dead, because she also saw how powerful Ancestor Kuemo was. 6 people joined forces, but they were still easily killed by him. It was simply unimaginable. Yi Shiwen frowned and said, I'm fine. This is the strength of an Eternal Realm Master. Even if I go all out, I'm afraid I have no chance of winning. Emogena wanted to roll her eyes when she heard what he said. What did he mean by there was not much chance of winning? Even those geniuses who were at the peak of the immortal level were rare enough to fight against a veteran immortal stage master like the Ku-Emo ancestor. It was enough to shock the world. He who was in the middle stage of the immortal realm could achieve such a level. It was enough to scare people to death. He actually thought that there was a chance of winning if he fought with Ancestor Ku-Emo. Did this madman really consider fighting with Ancestor Withered Devil? Originally, she was still a little arrogant in her heart, but through the previous incident, she had clearly realized the gap between her and an Eternal Realm Master. It was not something that could be calculated with logic, and she couldn't even take one move. At that time, she was almost defeated after one move. The difference in strength between both sides was too big. Of course, otherwise how could an Eternal Realm Master be so terrifying? If Ancestor Ku-Emo was so easy to deal with, he would have been captured long ago. Mu Yunqi said angrily. Yi Shiwen smiled, but he wasn't just saying that. One must know that Ancestor Ku-Emo appeared here at this time. He must have been attracted by the 10,000 spell roulette and the Dharma King. At that time, it was very likely that he would be a direct opponent. So how could he not consider fighting with him? It was indeed terrifying. An ordinary expert at the peak of the immortality realm couldn't even withstand a single blow. That punch would have been enough to turn his entire arm into ashes if he had been replaced by an ordinary expert. Yi Shiwen had relied on his gilded tyrant form to send him flying. It was already very rare. In the sky, the demon energy was getting more and more abundant, and the demon clouds were already condensing in the sky. Let's leave quickly Take advantage of the fact that his next attack hasn't arrived yet." Yi Shiwen stood up and said, not daring to stay any longer. If they were in the outside world, Ancestor Ku Mo wouldn't even need to use this method. He could directly teleport here with just a thought, and he could attack continuously from a distance. However, in this place, all experts from the outside world would be suppressed. Even imperishable realm experts would not be able to attack continuously. This was their chance. Mu Yinqi and Yi Shiwen quickly nodded. Yi Shiwen grabbed the waists of both of them and leaped forward like an arrow. He transformed into a boundless radiance on the spot, and the devil wings behind him stretched out. Originally, this boundless devil energy not only did not hinder him, but on the contrary, it became his assistance, allowing him to fly thousands of miles away in an instant. Boom! The moment he flew out, he only heard a loud roar, and the place where they were just standing turned into ashes. The three of them had a lingering feeling of fear. If they had been a little slower, they would have died there. Ancestor Ku Mo was really too terrifying. Hurry up! Yi Shiwen didn't dare to stay. While running the Phoenix regeneration technique to repair the injuries in his body, his demon wings shook frantically and he fled. Not long after they left, Ancestor Ku Mo's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. He was an old devil with wrinkles all over his face. His entire body was pitch black and covered in black scales. He had a green face and fangs, making him look extremely ferocious. There were 2 goat horns on his forehead, and his body was a bit skinny. His entire arm, in particular, was completely devoid of flesh, leaving only skin and bones. Behind him was a pair of huge flesh wings that looked a bit like the flesh wings of a bat, but there were many places where there was no skin, only bones. He opened a pair of blood-red eyes, full of murderous intent, and roared. The long roar shook the world, and the void collapsed under his long roar. This scene looked extremely shocking, and at the same time, extremely terrifying. "Don't even think of escaping from my hands," he said fiercely, and then chased in the direction where Yi Shiwen escaped. 10 days later, in a remote valley, Yi Shiwen and the other 2 had just settled on the top. "He shouldn't continue to chase after us," Emogena could not help but say, and her face was a little pale. They had been running for their lives for the past 10 days and 10 nights. For a whole 10 days, they did not dare to breathe at all. It could be said that the journey was full of danger. Especially in the Dharma King's tomb, there were many incomparably powerful laws of life in many places. In these 10 days and 10 nights, they almost went into danger dozens of times and almost died. But they did not dare to stop because Ancestor Ku Mo was really chasing after them. Once they stopped, Ancestor Ku Mo would be able to catch up with them. If it was an ordinary immortal level, their magic power would have long been exhausted in such a crazy escape. Even with the recovery ability of a god, there was no way to recover so quickly. Only Yi Shiwen, who had the Phoenix regeneration technique, was able to persist for so long. However, his spiritual power was only left with less than half. Judging from his recovery ability, one could fully imagine what kind of terrifying attacks he had encountered in these 10 days and 10 nights. There should be no more, I can't feel it anymore. He should have given up. Unless he doesn't want the Dharma roulette anymore, he won't continue to chase after us. Yi Shiwen said with a sigh of relief. It was because he could not feel Ancestor Ku Mo's aura that he dared to stop. Hearing his words, the 2 women heaved a sigh of relief. Among the 3 of them, Yi Shiwen's perception was the most extensive. If Yi Shiwen could not feel it, then it seemed that Ancestor Ku Mo had really given up. Why didn't we do it? If we meet him again, are we going to continue to run like this? Emogena said, if they wanted to go to the Dharma King's tomb, they would definitely meet again. Humph, when we meet again, it's hard to say who will run away. Yi Shiwen said with a confident look on his face. Chapter 2390. Yi Shiwen had a dignified look on his face. He had been chased like a stray dog for the past 10 days and 10 nights. Although he hadn't fought with them directly, but he had been chased around like this for a long time. It was extremely depressing for him. He didn't dare to stop at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that the Ku-mo ancestor was definitely coming for the Dharma King's tomb, he wouldn't have been able to capture them. Otherwise, he would have already planned to escape back to the hidden city. Everything was just as he had expected. Withered demon ancestor finally gave up when he couldn't catch up to him. Although the imperishable realm withered demon ancestor was far stronger than him, he still couldn't catch up to Yi Shiwen, who had demon wings. In addition, he had condensed the word wind and the word thunder. His comprehension of the wind and thunder attribute laws had reached an extremely high realm. This was directly reflected in his demon wings, which was far faster than before. Fortunately, the patriarch of the withered demon was a level higher than him. Otherwise, no one on a mortal level would be able to catch up with him. He was confident that even if his body movement skill was not the best, he would be one of the best. The other two finally breathed a sigh of relief. These 10 days and 10 nights were thrilling and exciting for them. There were several times when they could have died in the mouth of the beasts. Fortunately, they managed to avoid the danger in the end. They had a whole new level of respect for Yi Shiwen's strength. It must be known that this time he was competing with a powerful Eternal Realm Master. But there was no clear winner. This was simply a miracle. Ancestor Ku-mo had lost all his patience in the end. However, when they heard Yi Shiwen's words, they still looked at him dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen too many miracles in the past few days and knew that Yi Shiwen wasn't a person who would speak without thinking, they would almost be speechless. The next time they met Ku-mo ancestor who would run away. If word of this got out, it would probably shock countless people. If ancestor Ku-mo was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have roamed free for so long. What, do you all think I'm joking? A proud smile suddenly appeared on Yi Shiwen's face. This time it's all thanks to ancestor Ku-mo. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. At this time, the two women saw that there was an invisible power of principles wrapped around Yi Shiwen's body. Many principles had condensed into talismans and were floating around his body. They were constantly bobbing up and down. A powerful force was about to erupt from his body like a volcanic eruption. Both of them were experienced gods. So how could they not know that this was a sign of a breakthrough? Only when one was on the verge of a breakthrough and was unable to control the power within one's body would such a powerful law power appear. However, the power that erupted from Yi Shiwen's body made them feel a chill down their spines. That kind of terrifying power even gave them the illusion that they were going to be suppressed. It was as if he had not broken through to the late immortal level, but rather he had broken through from the peak of immortal level to the eternal realm. They suddenly remembered why they felt a sense of familiarity. Although the feeling that ancestor Ku-mo gave them was completely different, the feeling of suppression at that time was exactly the same. Oh my God, what kind of monster is he? Such a helpless groan flashed through the hearts of the two women. They could not believe such a fact. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be normal. His current combat strength was already comparable to the peak of a mortal level, and he was almost invincible. If he went further, wouldn't he be even more invincible and truly be comparable to the terrifying existence of the Eternal Realm? After entering the Eternal Realm, the status was completely different. The immortal level was just immortal, but the Eternal Realm was indestructible, and it was even more difficult to kill. For the immortal inheritance, the Eternal Realm was much more important than the immortal level. If Yi Shiwen really had such strength, it would naturally be a great thing for them. At least, their safety would be greatly guaranteed. Even if they encountered the ancestor Ku-mo again, they would not have to worry about being captured again. At this time, Yi Shiwen did not speak anymore. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to break through with all his strength. He did not say those words just now out of anger. Indeed, because of the ancestor Ku-mo, his original time to break through had been greatly advanced. Any breakthrough to the god level would require a lot of time. Initially, he only planned to go into closed-door cultivation to digest what he had gained this time and spend a few years to break through to the advanced stage of immortal level. This was already much faster than ordinary gods, who could easily take hundreds or thousands of years. If not for the mysterious space and nearly 1 million god source, he would not have been able to do it at all. However, it was different now. During the 10 days and 10 nights of escape, he was constantly on high alert, and the potential of his entire body had been stimulated to the limit. The level that might have taken a long time to break through was almost as thin as a cicada's wing, and he could break through it at any time. As expected, the best opportunity to break through is only at the last moment of life and death. Yi Shiwen had to admit that 1,000 years of peaceful cultivation might not be as good as the realization of escaping from death. The state where one's entire body's potential was stimulated was the closest to the state of enlightenment. Seeing that Yi Shiwen closed his eyes and began to cultivate, the two women immediately set up a formation outside the valley, sealing the entire valley. Then, they stood aside to protect Yi Shiwen. At the same time, they closed their eyes and quietly comprehended what they had gained this time. Yi Shiwen was not the only one who had gained a lot from this escape. Although it was impossible for them to break through on the spot like Yi Shiwen, they would go back and go into closed-door cultivation for a few years after this. With the wealth and realization that they had gained this time, it would not be long before they really broke through to the indestructible level. Who was the one who brought all of this? It was Yi Shiwen. Both of them were extremely grateful to him for this. As time passed, the aura on Yi Shiwen's body became stronger and stronger. A kind of destructive power kept rotating around his body. Even looking at it from afar, it gave people a feeling that the world was going to be destroyed. This had already surpassed the power of immortal level, and it was almost at the level of the indestructible level. The immortal level was to come into contact with the mystery of immortality and the rules of immortality. It was to pull oneself out of the long river of fate and jump out of the 3 realms and the 5 elements. On the other hand, the indestructible level was different. They had already come into contact with the mystery of the world's destruction. The mystery of destruction was under their control, so it was even more difficult to destroy them. And the master gods who had reached the sage level could even freely grasp the mystery of immortality and destruction, using it as the foundation to create their own kingdom, their own world. Therefore, in the immortal level, indestructible level, and sage level, the most violent and violent one was the indestructible level because the power of destruction was always dominant. The destructive aura on his body became more and more intense. Everything around him was disintegrated by him, like atoms, and the surrounding space turned into glass. In the past, such a scene could only appear in the most intense battle, but now it had appeared around him. One could imagine how terrifying the destructive power around him was at this moment. And both Mu Yunshi and Emo Gunna were also awakened by this terrifying aura. They were originally in a state of half-closed door cultivation, and now they were directly awakened. Their eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Yi Shiwen. Was this really a terrifying level that could be reached by an immortal level? Even an expert of the indestructible level might not be so terrifying. It was simply unimaginable. However, they did not know that although Yi Shiwen was only breaking through to the advanced stage of immortal level in order to break through to the combat strength of the indestructible level, it was actually more difficult to break through to the indestructible level than ordinary peak immortal level. Time was still passing by quickly, and the destructive aura on Yi Shiwen's body became more and more intense. It formed a powerful cyclone, forming an extremely powerful storm around him. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was also enduring the devastation of the destructive aura, truly condensing the destruction rule, turning it into a monstrous power that integrated into his body. He wanted to cross this most important step. If he crossed it, he would be comparable to the indestructible level. If he could not, then all his previous efforts would be in vain. Countless power of the rule completely erupted at this moment, forming a frenzy of the rule around him, pushing forward bit by bit. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a powerful force burst forth from his body. A boundless destructive aura was released from his body. At the moment when this destructive force was about to blast Mu Yunshi and Mo Gana away, it actually slowly retracted, as if it was suppressed by a powerful force. At this moment, a strange scene happened. It was as if they were watching a replay of a big explosion. The force that originally erupted to destroy the world was now forcefully retracted, as if nothing had happened. If it were not for the shattered space fragments in the sky and the glassy space in the sky, it might even give people the illusion that nothing had happened at all. The two women had a look of lingering fear. Just now, they clearly felt that a powerful aura was about to hit them. If they were hit, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen retracted it at the last critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. "Are you guys okay?" Yi Shiwen asked. We're fine. Did you break through?" Mu Yunshi quickly waved her hand and said. Suddenly, the way she looked at Yi Shiwen changed a little because she found that Yi Shiwen's body was exuding an unknown aura. It was faintly discernible, making him seem unfathomable. Like a vast galaxy, there was a powerful force being born and destroyed within it. Compared to before the closed-door training, he had definitely become stronger, but to what extent she could not sense it. She only felt that he should have become very strong. He should have become stronger. And that's right. Yi Shiwen clenched his fists as if holding a powerful force. Chapter 2391. With this series of cultivation, Yi Shiwen finally broke through to the advanced immortal level. His combat power had even surpassed the immortal level and reached the level of the indestructible level. Moreover, he was getting stronger every second. After the breakthrough, there were about 200,000 god sources left that had not been consumed. Some of these god sources were used to refine the Tianyuan mirror, and the rest was used for cultivation. It was not obvious on the surface, but only he knew that he was getting stronger all the time. At that moment, Yi Shiwen only felt that his whole body was crystallizing. Countless rules were in front of him, and they were much clearer. Every cell was blooming with a bright light. The assassin felt that one of his cells could blast through a planet. He was full of power, and he faintly felt that heaven and earth were under his control. He faintly felt that he was going to integrate with heaven and earth. This feeling was simply a whole new realm. However, he had only faintly touched this realm, and he had not really reached it yet. No wonder the master said that your future is limitless. Mu Yunshi looked at Yi Shiwen with a bitter smile. He could not imagine that Yi Shiwen had improved in such a short time. According to the master, he had only achieved Tao for a few hundred years. Even if he did not consider the actual combat power and only considered the realm, he had only reached the peak of the immortal level after tens of thousands of years of cultivation. It seemed that Yi Shiwen would be able to achieve the results of his tens of thousands of years of cultivation in less than 1,000 years, but it was more than 1/10 of his. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Mo Gana also reacted at this time. After the joy, she also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Compared to such a monster, her realm was indeed nothing. That happy mood of breaking into the imperishable realm at this time didn't count for much. She really did not know whether to cry or laugh. However, with such a tyrannical strength as a guarantee, their safety was at least guaranteed. All right, we have wasted a lot of time. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Yi Shiwen said and flew out like an arrow, turning into a graceful swan that flew away. He could not wait any longer. He did not want to wait a moment longer. Initially, he wanted to get the 500,000 divine source as a reward. Now that he had achieved his goal in advance, he still needed the 500,000 divine source very much. This was because he wanted to break through to the peak of immortal level and he needed a massive amount of divine source. As for Mu Yinchi and Mo Gunna, both of them also stepped on their divine lights and chased after them. The three of them quickly shuttled back and forth in the tomb of Dharma King. The powerful and ancient law life forms that were originally very difficult for them to deal with weren't Yi Shiwen's opponent at all, and were blown up one after another. Even if it encountered a very powerful opponent, it wouldn't be able to catch up with Yi Shiwen, who had already unfolded his devil wings. His movement technique had already reached the pinnacle. The strength of the imperishable realm allowed him to sweep through everything in his path. No one was a match for him at all. Yi Shiwen and the other two also pierced through like a sharp sword. They didn't stop because they were also in a hurry. Yi Shiwen, although you've killed Yun Keiji and the others now, it's fine if it's just Yun Keiji. However, Ao Shaoqing has a great reputation on Dragon Island. Although he isn't as famous as Ao Chaozong, he shouldn't be underestimated either. When the time comes, I'm afraid that Dragon Island will also investigate us. Mu Yinchi said worriedly, "Don't worry, it's nothing. They won't be able to get any evidence at all. The flesh and blood will be completely devoured in no time. They won't be able to find any traces. As for Dragon Island suspicions, what's the use? Do you think they can rely on suspicions to come to Hidden Valley to capture people?" Yi Shiwen said coldly, "But don't worry, I've already thought it through. When the people from Dragon Island really come, you can say that they were killed by Ku Mo Ancestor and push everything onto Ku Mo Ancestor. If they don't believe it, you can show them the goo worm of Ku Mo Ancestor in your body. When that happens, they won't be able to say anything." Mu Yinchi thought about it and nodded. Although the Dragon Island was rude and unreasonable, it was impossible for them to cause trouble for the Hidden Valley without any evidence. Moreover, it was normal for anyone to die in the God Burial Starry Ocean. There were too many people fighting and killing here. There were also many killings between the major forces. However, it was rare for them to shed all pretense of cordiality. The three of them didn't speak a word along the way. After flying for 3 days and 3 nights, they directly crossed the entire 10,000 Dharma King's graveyard and arrived at the tomb. They would definitely not go wrong if they set off directly towards the most central area of the graveyard. Coupled with Yi Shiwen's overwhelming strength, it was very easy for them to find it. This tomb doesn't seem to be in this space. It's almost a separate entity. When they finally arrived, they discovered that the tomb in front of them was incomparably huge. It was almost like a continent. Moreover, all kinds of light rays were distorted. They couldn't clearly see what was inside. It was as if it was protected by layers of space formations. This is indeed a separate entity. If I'm not wrong, the entire graveyard should be transformed from the 10,000 Dharma Kings, Divine Kingdom. That's why there are so many powerful life forms born from the powerful principles. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and suddenly opened the Eye of Redemption. He had seen such a situation once before. The Death Lord's Divine Kingdom had turned into the abyss of death. It had almost become a dangerous place in the Xian world. However, it was different from the Death Lord's transformation into a single undead and dark life form. The 10,000 Dharma King was many times more tyrannical. Moreover, he had the nickname of the 10,000 Dharma King. He was very proficient in many magical techniques and magical powers. The life forms that he had transformed were also more diverse. Mo Gunna nodded and said, "According to the records of our Naga clan, this graveyard is indeed evolved from the 10,000 Dharma Kings, Divine Kingdom. The scale is also getting larger and larger. There are more and more terrifying life forms in it. Some powerful life forms can even cultivate. It's not to be underestimated. However, this graveyard should be hidden in layers of space. It's not right in front of us like what we see," said Yi Shiwen. "It should be mixed in the cracks of many spaces. It seems that we have to cross layers of space. Even if the gods claim to control space, in fact, they would still get lost in the endless chaos. It was like a ship trying to find a piece of land in the boundless sea. In the boundless primal chaos, the layers of space and planes were like islands. Some seemed to be close at hand, but in fact it was so far away that one couldn't reach it in a lifetime. However, for Yi Shiwen there were no obstacles. He directly tore the space in front of him with both hands. The turbulence of space and the obstacles were meaningless. Then he rushed in. The two women quickly rushed in together. When they really rushed in, they found that it was a whole new world. It was completely different from the environment just now. As soon as he entered this space, he immediately felt the surrounding laws become active. It was completely different from the feeling of the broken laws outside. These laws were very active, as if they were being pulled in by some kind of power. Yi Shiwen had just stood still when he saw that around the tomb, countless powerful members of the Tian clan were casting spells, forming an incomparably powerful array. These powerful Tian clan warriors, even the most ordinary ones, were at the peak of the demigod realm. A casual captain was an expert of the eternal realm. It was simply unimaginable how many experts were hidden among them. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't guess. Under the leadership of some experts of the Tian clan, they were chanting a strange incantation. In the sky, all kinds of talismans were flying. It was a strange language, ancient, obscure, and difficult to understand. With Yi Shiwen's current realm, he only needed to take a look at any language. He didn't need anyone to teach him, and he could learn it. However, he actually couldn't understand this kind of ancient language. This was the ancient language of the Tian clan. It once represented the Great Tao. It was said that this was the language closest to the Great Tao other than the divine text. The divine text could only be understood by the gods. It had already surpassed the shape of words and directly communicated with the meaning of the Great Tao. However, the language of the Tian clan was different. It was shaped, and even gods could understand it. How terrifying was this? Even ordinary members of the Tian clan could understand such a profound Tao text. No wonder there were so many experts in the Tian clan. They were unimaginably powerful. Back then, the prosperity of the Tian clan could be seen from the language. What a powerful race! A single race can actually fight against all the races in the universe. Although they failed, they are indeed amazing. Yi Shiwen sighed slightly. His gaze swept across the sky, only to see that in the void there were many tyrannical figures hiding, other than the Tian clan army, who were setting up array formations here as if nothing had happened. No one else had the guts to suddenly appear. They were all experts who had heard the news this time. The 10,000 Dharma King was in existence who was half a step into the great Tao in the Tian clan. He was just a little bit away from truly achieving the great Tao and becoming a first-rate emperor. Many people coveted his tomb. Even without the rewards given by the major forces, there were still many people who came for the 10,000 Dharma roulette. Let's hide first. Don't stand out. Yi Shiwen immediately waved his hand and covered the whereabouts of the three of them. Since no one stood out, he naturally didn't want to stand out and become the target of the Tian clan army. At this time, only the chanting of the Tian clan's ancient language echoed in the entire space. Chapter 2392. In the void there was no sound. It could be said that even the drop of a needle could be heard. Everyone was holding their breath and waiting for the final opening of the tomb. All communication was carried out in the form of telepathic thoughts. Even if the celestial race wanted to resurrect the 10,000 Law King and awaken him from the world of the dead, they had to open the tomb. Therefore, everyone was waiting for the final moment, waiting for the opportunity to cultivate to the God realm. Without exception, were all old foxes. No one was a fool to stand out. Yi Shiwen and the other two were no exception. Mu Yunxi and the other two didn't feel anything at first. But when they really felt the powerful divine thoughts in the sky, they still felt a sense of fear. Originally, they thought that there might be some masters coming, but they didn't expect that there would be so many, and this didn't even include the masters of the celestial race. As for the few of them, Even if Yun Keiji and the others were included, it would be very difficult for them to protect themselves in this level of chaotic battle, let alone others. It was even possible that they would be completely annihilated here. Oh my God, there are actually so many hidden masters. We were too naive before. Imogen said in surprise. Just the masters that she could sense were already unimaginable. The tomb of a king-level powerhouse, a supreme existence that almost achieved the Tao, had attracted too many people. Normally, it was impossible for them to open this tomb. Now that the celestial race had made a move and summoned the tomb, they had a chance. This opportunity was rare. It was hard to come by in millions of years. That's right, if it weren't for junior brother Yi here, I would have thought of running away. Mu Yunchi smiled and said somewhat self-deprecatingly. However, there were a total of 3 people present, and none of them were outsiders, so it didn't matter. These people must have the same idea as us. They also want to wait for the masters of the celestial race to open the tomb, and then break in. Yi Shiwen said. He didn't need to guess to know what these people were thinking. The tomb of the Dharma King has been here for so long, but there has never been a way to open it. Since ancient times, countless experts have come here to try, and it is said that there are even king-ranked experts among them. But none of them can do anything to this tomb. The Dharma King is a supreme expert among king-ranked experts. Even in death, he cannot be lightly humiliated. If that's not the case, there wouldn't be so many experts coming here. I'm afraid they all want to take this opportunity to go in and take a look, but fortunately the experts of the various powers have all been transferred to attack the Tian clan's lair, and even the true supreme experts of the Tian clan have been attracted away. Otherwise, there would probably be many imperishable realm or even sage realm experts here. If that's really the case, I'm afraid we won't even dare to get close. If the experts of the various races were here, how would a bug like Ancestor Withered Devil dare to approach? If he did, he would be courting death. The 2 of them chatted one after another. Yi Shiwen did not say a word, but just looked around vigilantly. Although everyone was in hiding, even he did not dare to say that he would not be ambushed. Yi Shiwen's gaze swept across the void. He could sense the auras of some not-so-tyrannical existences. However, there were some places in the void where he could clearly sense the existence of people. However, he couldn't sense anything at all. Those places could be the real experts. But soon his gaze was attracted to the sky. A man in embroidered clothes from the Tian clan. He saw that this man was about 20 years old, standing with his hands behind his back. He stood straight like a spear, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. He had an indescribable majesty. Just by standing there, he gave people a great sense of deterrence. He was like a general who commanded the heavens, constantly giving orders. Under his command, the Tian clan army was orderly, without the slightest bit of chaos. At this time, a black shadow appeared beside him, distorting the space, making it impossible to see the depth of this black shadow. Young Master, the experts from all sides who received the news should have already arrived, said Black Silver in a low voice. We can finally begin, said the man in embroidered clothes, but he did not open his mouth, instead using his divine sense to speak. I, Chong Muksu, will fight to let everyone in the world know of my prestige. It should be known that those who came looking for trouble were all deity-level experts. Lip reading was just an instinctive ability. These idiots, do they think that everything will end after opening the tomb? It just so happens that the 10,000 spell roulette needs a blood sacrifice if we want to lure it out. There is nothing better than these idiots rushing to their deaths. A cold smirk flashed across Chong Muksa's lips. His eyes were like torches as they swept across the area. Many of the rats and bugs that thought they were hiding well in the void were all within his line of sight. He could see through everything, and nothing could escape his control. Everything was under his control. The only regret was that some of the experts originally used to deal with the experts from all sides had been transferred away. But if those experts hadn't been transferred away, How could he have had the chance to command this operation? In terms of qualifications and strength, there were plenty of people stronger than him in the clan. He simply wouldn't have had the chance to do so. In fact, the experts of all races were scheming against the celestial experts. But at the same time, the celestial experts were also scheming against the other experts. Both sides had their own plans, and there was only one way to make their plans work, and that was to overwhelm the opponent and use the opponent's blood to start their own plans. Pass down the order, lock the space, don't let them escape. Although these people aren't the best of the various races, I don't want to let any of them escape. I'll use their bones to forge my supreme martial path. Chong Mux's face was incomparably cold, like the coldest place in the universe. Even ice couldn't hang on his face. Understood, replied the Black Shadow. The Black Shadow made a gesture, and suddenly some of the surrounding celestial warriors nodded vaguely. Their hands touched the void, and light yellow Taoist runes appeared. These runes belonged to the celestial race, and they merged into the void. The originally active rules in the sky gradually began to stabilize. Such a change immediately made many of the gods present feel it. They were very sensitive to space, and almost as soon as the change occurred, they felt it. Not good. The celestial people have sealed the space. Emogenous expression suddenly changed. Are the celestial people planning to catch us all in one fell swoop? Mu Yunqi suddenly became nervous. It seems so. It's normal for the celestial race to have such an idea, because they also have the strength to do so. Yi Shiwen wasn't nervous. Just because the immortal level experts couldn't break such a space barrier didn't mean that he couldn't break such a space barrier. If they wanted to trap him, they were still far from it. However, this also proves that they are about to make a move. The tomb is about to open. Don't get too close to me, because it might be the most dangerous place. I will pay attention to the two of you at all times. Don't worry, said Yi Shiwen. He might fight in the most dangerous place. If the two of them followed him closely, they might be affected in the end. Don't worry, although our strength is not as good as yours. Don't underestimate us. If we, the two of us, join forces, it's more than enough to protect ourselves if we're not greedy, said Mu Yunqi. Her words were full of confidence as a peak immortal level expert. Among the many gods present, the two of them were not the weakest. It was just that when compared to Yi Shiwen, they were more or less inferior, and they looked very weak. After this period of time, they had long accepted the fact that Yi Shiwen was a monster. They felt much better when they thought about it this way. That's good. Be prepared at any time, and protect yourself first. Wait for me to come back, said Yi Shiwen. Well, don't worry. While they were talking, the tomb also continued to rumble and crack open bit by bit. Countless spiritual energy, wrapped in a powerful aura of the dead, rushed out. It made people shudder. Even the gods who cultivated the path of extreme yin and evil felt that their souls were about to be frozen. This was a kind of coldness that came from the depths of the soul. It came from the world of the dead, and it froze all living things. At this time, an even more terrifying power surged in the world. Countless chants of the celestial clan gradually turned into talismans in the sky, illuminating everything. Everything between heaven and earth was forced to wake up by this power. This was the celestial clan's formation that was constantly operating. A strong power shrouded down, and bubbles constantly emerged in the void. It felt as if the world was boiling. Oh no, these celestial clan are evil. You actually want to refine us to death. There were formation masters present, so this could not be hidden from them. In other words, the Tian clan had never thought of hiding it from anyone. It was as if they were going to kill the gods and Buddhas that were going to kill the gods and Buddhas that were going to block them. In the face of true strength, all conspiracies and tricks were meaningless. At this time, everyone could not sit still. Originally, they wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They wanted to wait for someone to take the lead and provoke the celestial clan to attract attention. Who would have thought that everyone was smart? They all wanted to do this, causing them to watch helplessly as the Celestial Clan set up all the formations without any targeted action. Humph, all a bunch of mobs. Chong Muksu sneered as he looked at the people who were about to be refined to death. Let's go all out and kill these Celestial Clan remnants. In the void, someone roared. Chapter 2393. The current situation was like a group of people who were too smart. None of them wanted to be the first to stand out. None of them wanted to be attacked by the heavenly clans. They could have stopped the formation from being set up, but they had no choice but to watch as the formation was completed and started to operate. It seemed a little too late to fight back now that they were completely trapped. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, countless figures appeared between heaven and earth. They were originally hidden in the layers of the void, but they were all revealed at once. They had been forced into a corner. Even these gods could not hold back anymore. Yi Shiwen and the other two did not panic. They were not anxious at all. Boom, boom, boom. Above the sky, countless rays of light swept out, destroying everything between heaven and earth. In an instant, several gods who could not dodge in time were directly killed. With just a single round of attacks, a few gods were killed. This kind of efficiency could be said to be terrifying. Even ordinary divine formations did not have such power. Only the powerful Tian clan's ancient heavenly formations would have such power. After these gods were killed, all their flesh and blood were absorbed by the formation. The formation operated more and more violently, and its power increased to another level. Seeing this scene, all the gods felt a little hopeless. In other words, the formation would only become more powerful as more gods were killed. In the end, it would become more and more difficult to deal with. By then, it was very likely that all of them would be trapped and killed in it. Yi Shiwen casually pushed away the rays of light that were attacking him. He felt a slight numbness in his palm. He thought to himself, no wonder those gods were killed on the spot. He was very powerful now. Otherwise, he would have been flustered by these rays of light that were attacking him. What was more terrifying was that the surrounding rules were like chains that were getting tighter and tighter. Slowly, they had tightened around his body. It was as if they were being pulled by the formation, and there were unpredictable changes. Mu Yunxi and Mo Gunna were following behind Yi Shiwen with an anxious look on their faces. Junior brother Yi, what should we do? Mu Yunxi asked anxiously, seeing more and more gods being killed. Although they seemed to be on beginner stage immortal level at the moment, they would eventually be able to kill peak stage immortal level existences like them if they continued to be killed by the formation. Don't worry, the show is just about to begin, Yi Shiwen said lightly. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of killings were still going on, but these god-level experts were not ordinary people. They were not vegetarians. How could they just give up without a fight? They all joined forces and blasted out all kinds of martial arts torrents, which directly swept over. This time, even among the Tian clan's army, there were casualties, although they had the protection of the array formation. How could those demigods block the combined attacks of so many gods? It forced the experts of the celestial race to take the initiative to attack. The two sides continued to fight in the sky. The scene was a mess. The sky was dark and sand and stones were flying everywhere. It was like the end of the world. From time to time, one could see gods or celestial race experts being killed on the spot. There were many casualties on both sides, but relatively speaking, the losses on the side of the gods of each race were much greater. If this continued, it was not impossible for the entire army to be annihilated. Although the celestial race might also suffer a lot of losses, compared to their strategic goals, it was already very good. Yi Shiwen did not make a move because he knew that it was not the time to make a move. Once he made a move, he would definitely become the target of public criticism and be targeted by the top experts of the celestial race. He did not care if he was targeted, but he had not achieved his goal. It was not a good thing to be targeted. His eyes were fixed on Chong Muksu in the sky, but he saw Chang Muksu standing with his arms crossed. His expression was indifferent, ignoring the countless casualties in front of him. His heart was extremely cold. Quick, let's escape into the tomb. Even the formation of the celestial race won't work there. At least we can still resist inside. When our allied forces break through the lair of the celestial race, the army will come back and kill all the remaining celestial race members in one fell swoop. Finally, a god discovered in panic that the tomb of the 10,000 Dharma King had just sensed the incantation of the celestial race and was now open. Everyone seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw and fled towards the entrance of the tomb, one after another. Although it was not that they did not have the strength to fight back, no one wanted to fight against the celestial race at this time and be killed in the end. Just as this person said, everyone wanted to persevere to the end. The army would return and kill all the remaining celestial race members in one fell swoop. Originally, it could be considered a colorful battle line because the gods of each race had already done their best to fight to the death. For a moment, they were only at a disadvantage. Now, everyone had fled into the tomb, and the battle line had completely collapsed. There was no formation at all, and for the experts of the celestial race, it was simply like herding pigs and sheep into the tomb. Their strength was already at an advantage, and at this time they revealed their full strength. Some experts fell one after another, and countless magical treasures fell into a pool of blood. The blood of these gods flowed in reverse like a river, and the scene looked incomparably miserable. There were even a few tyrannical experts at the peak of the eternal realm who did not have time to escape. They were slapped to death on the spot by the black shadow beside Chang Muksu, and died instantly. Undead Realm, another Undead Realm expert. Only Yishiwen could clearly see the black shadow's attack. He instantly determined that it was very likely to be a powerful Undead Realm god. Come, let's go in as well. Yi Shiwen saw that more than half of the gods had already entered the tomb's entrance. He no longer hesitated and brought Mu Yunqi and the other two, mixed in the crowd, and instantly shuttled in. The passageways of the tomb extended in all directions, and there were thousands of roads, just like a huge maze. Although there were many gods, once they scattered into this maze, they soon disappeared without a trace. I'm afraid that there are only a few of these tomb passages that can ultimately lead to the real tomb chamber, or even none at all. So we must choose from the beginning. Yi Shiwen said. Mu Yunqi and the other two nodded. Originally, with their skills, they could see through a world at a glance, and there was no trouble at all. However, it was different now, and their divine senses could not explore far at all. Moreover, the space here is stable, and we can't even shuttle back and forth. I'm afraid we have to search one by one. Emogana said. The two of them were not shallow in experience, and they quickly made a judgment. There's no hurry. Let's search first. And if it doesn't work, then let the celestial race lead the way for us. We don't know, but they will know. Yi Shiwen said confidently. Yi Shiwen pinched his fingers and calculated. He could not calculate so many roads in an instant, and he could only try his best to go by feeling. Then he flew in along this road on the spot. As the three of them flew in, they realized that there were many layers of array formations in the passageway. These array formations supported the entire tomb. Even a king-ranked expert would not be able to break through these array formations and directly enter the tomb. This time, if not for the celestial race leading the way and personally opening the tomb, they would not have been able to enter. These array formations were very powerful, and they were also very simple and profound. There was a kind of great Tao information that even Yi Shiwen could not understand. It was very likely that it was formed by the 10,000 Dharma Kings' great Tao. These array formations are interconnected, and if we want to destroy the array formations, we must find the source of the array formations. As long as these array formations are broken, the array formations in the tomb will no longer be flawless. At that time, even if the entrance of the cave is blocked by the celestial race, we can still break out from here. Countless thoughts turned in Yi Shiwen's mind. Although the real competition had not yet begun, he had already begun to arrange a way out. He took every conceivable possibility into account and was cautious in doing things. Although he had taken risks many times since his debut, he was still very cautious. When the time comes, if there is a melee, quickly escape here and break out from here, Yi Shiwen said as he pointed. These array formations were obviously used to deal with people outside, and it was not a problem for those inside. The three of them smoothly flew along this road, and finally arrived at the core of the series of array formations. It was also an incomparably huge array formation. Above this array formation, there was a hole, and in the void, a long river of energy constantly poured into the array formation, injecting energy into the entire array formation. This was the energy source of the entire array formation along the road. It was completely different from the ghostly environment at the entrance of the cave, and it looked like a majestic scene. There were stars like a river of stars. This is the place. If we want to break this series of array formations, we must break through this place. After saying that, Yi Shiwen directly blasted out a punch, and the terrifying fist energy directly opened a big hole in the array formation. The space above the array formation completely collapsed, revealing an incomparably huge space inside. The entire space was also surrounded by an array formation, and in this array formation there was an incomparably huge river of God Source. These God Source were constantly burning, used to support the entire array formation. Yi Shiwen and the other two could not help but take a breath of cold air. These God Source were actually used to support the various array formations along the road, and in this tomb, how many such passages were there? They did not dare to imagine. In this way, the wealth of God Source in this tomb was also unimaginable. No wonder the celestial race tried their best to seize the tomb of the 10,000 Dharma King. Just these God Source alone was a huge amount of wealth. If they could seize it, their strength would increase to another level, and they would become more and more powerful, and it would be difficult to stop them. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are helping me. A wild laughter came from afar. Chapter 2394. Suddenly, just as Yi Shiwen was about to take this long river of God Source into his pocket, he heard a wild laughter coming from afar. The three of them tensed up. They didn't know when Ancestor Ku Mo had appeared in front of them. Ha ha ha, I saw the three of you just now. I wanted to take the opportunity to kill you, but I didn't expect there to be such a mystery. Kid, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought that there would be such wealth in these passages. But it doesn't matter. Now, all of this will become my wealth, and it will help me on my path to becoming a supreme king. Ancestor Ku Mo's blood-red eyes were like ice caves. They were incomparably cold, and they shot out a frightening cold light. He didn't expect to find this wealth. He just wanted to deal with Yi Shiwen and the other two and get rid of any future troubles. Only he knew how powerful his venomous insects were. Now that they suddenly disappeared, it was very likely that someone had found a way to deal with his venomous insects, especially a group of Immortal Realm juniors. This was the most dangerous thing for him. He had to get rid of any future troubles. He had been hiding in the void, following Yi Shiwen. He didn't expect to find an unexpected surprise. It's Ancestor Ku Mo. At this moment, Mu Yunxi and the other two were shocked. A feeling of fear welled up in their hearts. Although Yi Shiwen had already told them not to worry, they still couldn't help but worry. That's right, it's me. I wanted to enjoy you two beauties before turning you into my puppets. Now it seems that you're courting death. Not only did you run away, but you also dared to kill my puppets. Ancestor Ku Mo had already regarded Yun Keiji and the others as his wealth, so he was particularly angry. You came at the right time. I was thinking where to find you, but it seems that there's no need now. I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find you by chance. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid at all. He took a step forward and walked over. It must be you who ruined this ancestor's plans. Just as well. I let you run away before. Now, I'll let you die without a burial place." Ancestor Kuamo sneered. His skinny face contorted into a sinister smile as the wings on his back began to flap. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. His sinister face had a pair of blood-red eyes. He laughed wildly. "I, your ancestor, will dig out your heart and swallow it in front of you." This was a horrifying mad demon. Even in the demon race, he belonged to the category of traitors. "That's it. Ancestor Kuemo, you're too slow." At this moment, Yi Shiwen sneered, raised his hand, and suddenly slashed towards Kuemo Ancestor. It was as if he was splitting open a mountain. Everything was crushed. The smile on Kumo's face froze as he was caught off guard by Yi Shiwen's palm. Bang! Kumo's body was sent flying, his entire body almost shattered in half. His body fiercely crashed into the passage, smashing countless arrays. Mu Yunqi and Yi Shiwen were dumbfounded as they looked at Yi Shiwen. They couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen, who had chased them in such a difficult situation, had been sent flying by a single slap from Yi Shiwen. When did his strength become tyrannical to such an extent? Roar! Kuemo roared angrily. He hadn't suffered such a big loss in a long time. Ever since he became a traitor of the demon race, he had robbed and done all kinds of bad things. All the major forces were after him, so he was very careful in everything he did. He never chose an opponent that he couldn't deal with, or an opponent that he might not be able to deal with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. He didn't take Yi Shiwen seriously at all, but Yi Shiwen taught him a good lesson and seriously injured him. Boundless black gas emerged from his body and wrapped around his wounds. Then his wounds began to heal at an astonishing speed. The machi in the passage was getting more and more intense, and it began to rush out at an astonishing speed. It transformed into a devil's claw and instantly grasped towards Yi Shiwen's neck. It seemed as if it wanted to kill him in an instant. Yi Shiwen also didn't want to be outdone. He moved like lightning, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, as if he had condensed endless power. Powerful divine power surged between his fingers as he punched out. Bang! In an instant, Yi Shiwen's fist tore apart the demon chi condensed hand. It was simply not a match for him. Boom! The void collapsed on the spot, forming cracks, and then spread out in all directions like a spider web. A terrifying power rushed out from the cracks, like a landslide or tsunami. It was very terrifying. The surrounding arrays also collapsed in the fight between the two. Mu Yunqi and Mo gonna retreated again and again, not daring to approach. Otherwise, they might be killed by the shock. Of course, they hid behind Yi Shiwen and were protected by him. The strength of the two had surpassed the immortal level and reached a new kind of terrifying, destructive power. Die for this ancestor! Just as Yi Shiwen dispersed the devil claw, condensed from machi, Kuemo ancestor's attack followed like a shadow and instantly arrived. His devil claw directly smashed down, forming a very simple pattern. It looked very powerful and was also a very powerful claw technique. You still don't want to give up? Then, I'll let you know how big the gap between me and you is. Yi Shiwen sneered and took a step forward. He then directly chased after ancestor Kuemo and blasted out a punch. Boom! A violent explosion came, and Yi Shiwen's fist directly collided with ancestor Kumo's demon claw. The shock wave of energy was all absorbed by the surrounding walls of the passage. More arrays were revived after being attacked. Otherwise, the strength of the two could really destroy a world with a punch. The two seemed to be evenly matched, but a few drops of cold sweat appeared on ancestor Kumo's ferocious face. That was because he suddenly discovered that his entire arm actually felt like it was going to shatter, and it was showing signs of collapsing. Although the physical body of the demon race was not as strong as that of the dragon race, it was still a race with relatively strong physical bodies. In the end, he was suddenly at a disadvantage in the confrontation of physical strength. This freak of the human race was actually a monster. Otherwise, how could he have been forced into such a state? However, a burst of cold light burst out of his eyes, and without any hesitation, he once again attacked Yi Shiwen. At this time he could only fight fast. Otherwise, even the rhythm of the battle would be led by Yi Shiwen, and it would be really troublesome. Countless demon shadows appeared in the sky. The demon shadows were overlapping, and they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, shouting something. These were formed by a kind of strange, fragmented law. With a raise of their hands and a kick, they had already exerted the power of the law to the extreme. Ancestor Kuemo was indeed not an ordinary person to be able to cultivate to the immortal level. These demonic shadows caused the void to collapse, looking incomparably terrifying. It was a kind of demon martial art that he created, and it was very amazing. If you still don't give up, then let me destroy all your arrogance. Yi Shiwen roared, and the spiritual power in his body surged like thunder. He directly condensed the sky overturning seal and blasted it down. Boom! With a loud roar, the sky overturning seal smashed into the layers of demon shadows, instantly annihilating the layers of demon sounds. It was completely unable to resist Yi Shiwen's sky overturning seal of extreme yang. Withered demon ancestor's attack was completely broken in one move. Yi Shiwen didn't let go of the advantage. He took a step forward and smashed the overturning sky seal again. The entire sky seemed to have turned upside down and collapsed. Ancestor Kuemo retreated again and again. His eyes were full of complete disbelief. He kept muttering, "Impossible, impossible. How can he be so strong? He can't be so strong." This completely subverted his worldview. Originally, Yi Shiwen still had to escape under his offensive, panicking like a stray dog. That was the normal situation. But what was this situation? It had only been a few days. How could Yi Shiwen become so tyrannical? Why is it impossible? It's just that you were a frog in the well and didn't know anything. Yi Shiwen sneered, not caring at all, and directly smashed down with his palm. His palm directly turned into the sky overturning seal, destroying heaven and earth, destroying everything in its path. There was nothing that could stop his offensive. Ancestor Kuemo kept fleeing in embarrassment, but it was useless. Yi Shiwen understood the principle of beating a drowning dog very well. Damn it! How can he be so brilliant? At this moment, he finally understood that he might have provoked a genius disciple of a certain regal sect. To be able to directly jump over the peak of the immortal level and directly jump to the immortal level. Such combat power was simply unheard of in his long career, let alone seen. Die. You want to leave. Seeing that Ancestor Kuemo wanted to escape, Yi Shiwen immediately flew out and directly blasted out a punch. Animal Dao! His fist transformed into countless ferocious beasts and divine beasts, blocking all the escape routes of Ancestor Kuemo. He had to kill him in one blow. Damn it, don't be too full of yourself. Even if I can't get it, don't even think of getting it, ha 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 ha. At the last moment, Ancestor Kuemo went crazy. He had been forced into a dead end by Yi Shiwen, and he could no longer care so much. Countless demonic chi began to condense in his body and suddenly exploded outwards. Oh no! Yi Shiwen was furious, but he saw Ancestor Kuemo directly rush into the river of God Source and directly explode. How terrifying was the self-destruction of an immortal level master. It destroyed everything, and countless God Source was evaporated. Yi Shiwen only had time to grab a handful of God Source before he was blasted out.